project between IOBE and the German Institute for Economic Research in Berlin, coordinated on the German side by Alexander Kritikos. With no further ado, I guess I have to first, it's a pleasure to first give the floor to Alexander to say a word, and then we're going to pass to Angelos Tsakanikas, who coordinates on our part for introductory slides on the project.
Thank you very much, Nico. I would take the opportunity and also welcome all participants in this online panel, in this virtual panel, or let's say it's hybrid panel. Today is a special day, and that is why I asked Nico to have a few minutes to say some words. Germany is on the verge to a new government, and newspapers are full of these days that there is one person having served 16 years, Angela Merkel. And this is the important point, there's a second person, one second person who also served for the German government these full 16 years. And what makes him so special is that he dedicated a lot of time, a lot of ideas and effort to the German-Greek cause. He did it in two ways, in two important fields. He initiated two German-Greek research programs that brought the two countries together and also financed this project. And with these projects and with these two programs, it was possible not only to really foster the German-Greek cooperation, but also to keep top Greek researchers in Greece. And there's a second field. In Germany, there's a lot of discussion about the dual education system. Many people debate how we can export it. And he simply did it. He exported, he brought the dual education system to the Greek hotellery, and he did it hands-on. The other important thing is all these efforts were done by him at a time when the German-Greek relationships were not at best. So I would really consider him as a truly Philhellenic, maybe something like an order which we should soon have initiated. How important the German-Greek cause is to him is, from where you can see it, is that on the very last day of his, probably very last day of his participation in the German government, he's with us. This is why I would really like to welcome with very warm regards, and if we would all be in the room, we would spend now a lot of hours. I would very, very much welcome Thomas Rachel and thank you for these 16 years supporting the German-Greek cause. Thank you very much. Back to Nico.
So, thank you, Alexander. What I will do in the next 10 minutes, I hope, is I will try to give you some overview of some of the results that we have that have been produced in the project. As it was said, this is a project, the title is on the innovativeness of micro, small and medium-sized enterprises in Greece and Germany. So the focus is actually not on just general policies on innovation in all companies, but our focus was mainly on what is called the backbone, as a stereotype, the backbone of the Greek economy, the small and the micro companies, which are the majority of companies also in Germany are micro and small companies. This is something that usually we neglect when we discuss this issue. So this was funded under this bilateral R&D cooperation, Greece and Germany. It required the existing DIW Berlin, the German Institute for Economic Research, and a company focused on innovation, which is Crowdpolicy, and we have also a representative of Crowdpolicy to discuss. Now, what was the overall aim of the project? Was exactly to examine the relationship between intangible capital, which is a new concept, which is an old concept actually, but right now we are discussing how to measure these things, innovation, firm growth and productivity in micro and small companies in Greece and Germany, and also to discuss how these companies can grow, what are the factors that can affect their growth. And overall, we wanted to understand the factors that drive productivity and competitiveness at the firm level and try to identify the similarities, the common trends, the differences within and between firm sizes, sectors, and countries. So it was let's say, a research project, and the output are mainly papers and reports, but also policy briefs that we consider that they are very important from our work and for policy makers and policy shapers as well. So our belief is that in the next couple of months we will be able to communicate these results to policymakers, also to Greece and Germany. This is the first public event that we do. We have done various internal meetings, but this is the first public event that we do. And possibly we could suggest a data infrastructure, the creation of a data infrastructure for a continuous instrument of measuring innovation activity in Greece and Germany. Of course, we have, during this process, this is a 3-year project, during this process we have managed to involve a wide engagement of people working in these topics from other institutes and other academics as well. And some of these have participated in various papers that we have done. So these were mainly the topics, let's say, in a work package approach, but actually, if I could pinpoint the main topics that our project dealt, the topics that were explored in our project was the analysis of the link between R&D, innovation and productivity, the analysis of intangible capital and its role to innovation, fast-growing firms and what actually makes some companies grow faster than others and the differences between the different firm sizes as well, frontier firms and knowledge diffusion, and we had also a more Greek-oriented, let's say, subject to see how the Greek firms behaved before and after the crisis. So we had a lot of empirical data in place. We actually conducted a survey on our own, and also we used many available data sources and surveys that have been done in Greece and in Germany at the micro level to understand these topics. The dissemination of our results, we have a site for the project that you can visit, and here and there you can see the policy briefs and all the work that we have done up to now. But as I told you at the beginning, now this is the time for dissemination efforts, and this is the period in front of us that we will try to disseminate results. Now, I will go quickly to some important results. First, on the relationship between innovation and productivity. It seems that R&D activities, these are results that have come out of our work. R&D activities and the recruitment of highly qualified employees are a major driver of innovation in smaller firms in knowledge-intensive services. And these innovations actually causally lead to higher productivity. Economies of scale that are evident in the manufacturing sector are barely relevant with regard to the implementation of innovation activities in knowledge-intensive services. And this is an important takeaway also for Greece, because there is actually an increasing number of small firms that operates in the knowledge-intensive service industry. On the causes of business-related services, productivity loss in Germany, there is an increasing research of OECD and others to understand the reasons for this slowdown that we witness in productivity. This project found that for Germany, the sector of business services, they faced a productivity loss of almost 40% during the period 1995 to 2014. The changes in the value chain explain about half of this sector's productivity loss, and contrary to expectations, the massive entry of micro and small firms is not the key driver for the sector's productivity loss, despite the lower productivity level. And in Greece, actually, a similar development was observed in this industry between the knowledge-intensive services, between 2007 and 2017. Now, on the link between R&D, innovation, and productivity, turning our interest to the Greek manufacturing firm, of course, the ongoing economic crisis is harmful, is deteriorating the circumstance, the conditions that are for R&D for smaller firms. But on the other hand, it may increase, we have shown signs that it increases the possibility of bigger firms to be involved in R&D. So among larger firms, the R&D decision is positively correlated with the probability of producing innovation, but this relationship is also affected by the crisis, also for larger firms. Innovation output benefits only larger firms in terms of labor productivity, while the innovation productivity nexus appears insignificant for smaller firms during at least a lasting crisis. We also examined as I told you, what makes some firms grow faster than others, and firms that adopt a geographical diversification strategy, Greek firms, have greater probability of growing fast. This is an indication of the need for exports, not something that we just say and keep repeating on the policy debate, but it is actually a fact that only with exports, in economies like Greece, exports is the condition for growth, and even for micro and small firms, they need to enter in diverse product markets and taking advantage of R&D capabilities. They need exports, but they need also new products and innovations. So this is some of the facts that I quickly wanted to set the framework for this. You can visit the project site, and also in IOBE and the DIW site, I believe in the next week, everything will be on. But also you can contact for more analytical results and the papers and everything. Nikos Vetas, me, and Alexander Kritikos from DIW. So I give the floor to Nikos for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. And without any further ado, we are happy to have in turn first Minister Rachel and then Minister Dimas. Minister Rachel, we are honored to have you with us, even from a distance.
Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Kritikos, Minister Dimas, my friend Christos, it's with a great pleasure that I look back on what our two countries have achieved in our bilateral research and innovation cooperation over the last decade. In spite of enormous challenges, we see that where there's a true will, there will be a way and means for cooperation. This day and age is living proof of the importance of innovation and the importance of quick and easy transfer from innovative ideas from research into practice. The successful transfer of knowledge and technology is a central pillar of our innovation system. It is a must-have for maintaining our prosperity. Successful research transfer helps us tackle the challenges of our time, be the pandemic, climate change, or digital transformation. Small and medium-sized enterprises play a key role in this. Let me mention BioNTech as an example. People worldwide are pinning their hopes on the COVID vaccine developed by this SME. They want to return to a normal life. BioNTech has developed of the funding from the BMBF, the German Research Ministry's Go Bio program, into one of Germany's biggest and most international renowned biotech companies. This sends a strong signal that startups and SMEs play a central role in our innovation system. They are one of our economy and of transformation processes. Europe must strive to become a global leader in research and innovation. That is why Germany continues to focus on reaching the 3.5% goal for R&D investment by 2025. Already today, private and public R&D expenditure amounts to 3.14% of our GDP, making us one of the top locations for science and research. Our stimulus package and the future package place a clear focus on innovation and research, especially in the current crisis. 60 billion euros have been earmarked for innovation-oriented spending on future challenges. The federal government also adopted the high-tech strategy, which is aimed at boosting start-up culture and the innovative capacity of
I guess we have a problem with the connection with Mr. Rakel, but hope he can join. He can rejoin. Yeah. Yes. Alexander, do we have any means of contacting him, any way to contact him? No.
I can try to call him.
Or if we cannot make it, then we can have Mr. Dimas and
I'm available.
let's see.
Ja, Kritikos, hallo. Ich wollte mich kurz melden. Herr Rachel ist irgendwie ist rausgeflogen aus der Konferenz. Ja. Okay. So 3-4 Minuten. Ja, ja. So they're trying to reconnect.
Yeah.
Maybe shall we continue with
Mr. Dimas, possibly, yes.
Yes.
The new government in Germany is trying to connect. This is today that they are trying to connect. So, let's see. Yes, so we'll go to Mr. Dimas and hope that Mr. Rakel will manage it.
Hello. First of all, it's my pleasure to be here with you today. Although Thomas is not online, I do want to state the fact that with Thomas Reichel we have worked very closely in the last years, and I really want to thank him publicly about the fact that he was always there in times where Greek-German relations were tested. He was there building bridges between the two countries, and that is a statement that I want to publicly make. So research and innovation in Greece. My presentation has actually three different parts. First of all, research and innovation today, so where Greece actually stands at the moment, our work in the last 28 months, and the next steps. So why is it important to invest in research and innovation? It is important because actually for every €1 invested in cutting-edge research, especially through the Horizon programs, it returns to the real economy €11. Where does Greece actually stand in R&D expenditure compared to the other EU member states? We did hear Minister Reichel stating that Germany is performing very well, and this can be seen in this chart. Greece actually in 2019 was in the 16th place out of 28 EU member states, and it invested 1.27% of its GDP as a percentage of its GDP, because it includes public and private expenditure, bringing Greece to the 16th position. Actually, I'm very happy to state that with the data that we received 2 weeks ago, between 2019 and 2020, we had the biggest increase in R&D expenditure of the last decade, an increase of 17.2%, bringing R&D expenditure of Greece at 1.5%. But of course, the target of 3% is still far away, so we still have to work on that in order to approach the 3% target. Allow me to say that the goal that the European Commission had set for all EU member states was that by 2020, all EU member states will invest a percentage of 3% of their GDP as a percentage of the GDP. Actually, in R&D, only 4 member states did achieve this goal in 2020. So let's see though these two pie charts. I want to see on the left-hand side, we have a pie chart of R&D expenditure in Greece between 2011 and 2017, and I would want to focus on the dark blue, which includes the national budget, which was the majority of R&D expenditure at that period. But also, please look at the orange, which was the private sector, with an important percent of 32.7%. This trend has actually changed, and now if we go to 2019, you will see that the majority of R&D expenditure comes from the private sector, and this does not have to do with the decrease in the national budget or in state expenditure, but an important increase in from the private sector. Regarding though the bodies that are supervised, the institutions supervised by the General Secretariat of Research and Innovation, allow me to say that a very small percentage of its businesses came from the private sector, a percentage that was at 4.59%, and I will say later on what we have done in order to increase this percentage, so it could increase private funding in the institutions that are supervised by the General Secretariat of Research and Innovation, which includes mostly the research centers of the country. Now regarding innovation, where does Greece stand in the European Innovation Scoreboard? You will see that Greece was in the 20th position among 27 EU member states in innovation, and we were termed as a moderate innovator. But 1 month ago, the European Commission did publish data stating that Greece was among the 5 member states that had a very big increase in its performance and a very important KPIs improvement. And we are hoping that year by year we will be improving importantly our position in the European Innovation Scoreboard as well. Now, what are the 3 major priorities that the government has actually set? First of all, linking research and innovation more effectively. And this has to do with the fact that although when you compare Greece with other EU member states in terms of research and educational system, we do perform very well, in some situations even better than most European member states. But when this research is actually going to be developed into innovation or into entrepreneurship, we actually lag behind important. So the first target is to link research and innovation more effectively. The second target has to do with increasing investment in R&D. That includes mostly private expenditure. Allow me to say that compared to the OECD member states, public expenditure in Greece for R&D is similar to most EU member states. But where we are behind has to do with private investments. And the third priority we have set has to do with the connection of the innovation ecosystem. So what have we done in the last 2 years? First of all, the areas of intervention have to do with the research centers, but also with the universities in cooperation with the Ministry of Education. Then companies that invest in R&D, and third, the innovation ecosystem. Allow me to say that one important problem we faced had to do with actually the facilities of the General Secretariat of Research and Innovation. We were in a building, we still are in a building which is not proper for research and innovation. We actually pay also a very important rental. We are moving into an amazing facility which used to be an Olympic facility for the Olympic 2004, which has not been used for the last almost 20 years, 15 years to be accurate. And we will be saving money, but also we will have an excellent facility for the operation of the General Secretariat of Research and Innovation. We don't claim we know everything, so we have set up the National Council for Research, Technology and Innovation, a group of amazing individuals, academics, but also people from the innovation ecosystem, people from the market, because we want to see how we can link these two much more effectively. It's headed by Professor Spiros Artabanis-Tsakonas, who is in the Harvard Medical School. So one of the main priorities has been to increase flexibility in research. So one of our initiatives has to do with, you all will know the public payroll in Greece. The public payroll specifies the money that each civil servant actually receives, their payments, their salaries. So research centers and universities are subject to the restrictions of the public payroll. That has to do with money that has been taxed. So we did discuss with the European Commission, and we actually were able to implement a very important initiative where we claim that when money comes from, when funds come from either the private sector, so it's not taxpayers' money, or competitive European projects, it shouldn't be subject to the public payroll. And this gives important flexibility to the research centers, but also to the universities to increase salaries for our researchers. This is very important because what we had seen in the past, in the last decade, was a lot of researchers leaving the country, and they fled away because the salaries they received were not competitive. We have important data from mostly from the research centers, where they have been capable of repatriating a lot of scientists due to this important initiative. Allow me to also say that this is important for the research centers also, because it's a new incentive to make them try to attract more private funding for their operational fees. And as I said, one of our main goals is to see how we can increase private funding of the research centers, which was very low in the previous years. Then a second important initiative has to do with evaluators of research projects, mostly with projects from the cohesion money, they were forced to submit an asset and fund source declaration, both in this case to say the least. This was very important because it actually it decreased significantly the pool of evaluators for research projects. And because we are a small country, we have a specific size of academic community, it really limited the pool of evaluators, and in many cases we had cutting-edge research which was unable to have proper evaluators. And allow me to say that they were forced to submit an asset and fund source declaration for 40 euros per day. So you understand that it was a very big disincentive. Now with the new legislation, we are capable not only of having a bigger pool of evaluators, but more importantly, even attracting foreign evaluators or Greek academics of the diaspora who really want to have a relationship with the scientific community in the country. We have legislated twice for less bureaucracy in the Special Research Fund, ELKE. We are working closely with the Ministry of Education in order to further these amendments. We have increased significantly the efficiency and the speed of payments on the projects. We have accepted from taxes and insurance introducing the scholarships, especially from INNOMSME. And for the first time in the last 15 years, we are actually supporting the national research centers with scientific and administrative staff, 152 people. We have signed 3 important agreements with the European Investment Bank. The first has to do with ELKE, which is the creation of a ship, of a vessel for the study of the marine environment. It adds up to more than 55 million euros. The second agreement is with Dimocritos for the increase of the innovation center, the Lefkipos, which Dimocritos has. And the third one is with the National Observatory of Athens, with Pangea, a station for the scientific research of the climate crisis, which will be established in Antikythera. The Greek state was very quick in creating an emblematic research project, a mission, a flagship research action, which in fact connected the academic community, the scientific community in Greece, 6 research centers and 4 universities, for the epidemiological study of COVID. Allow me to say that as a result of this flagship research action, we had the first Greek rapid test, but we also had important scientific data, especially for the genes and the gene therapy. I spoke about the Hellenic Foundation for Research and Innovation, which is an important tool for the support of basic research. Then the second area of intervention has to do with companies that invest in R&D. Allow me to say that here we had a very important legislation where we actually increased the super deduction tax rates for companies that invest in R&D. We increased the tax rates from 130% to 200%. According to the studies that we have performed together with the Ministry of Finance, we are expecting to see an important increase of R&D spending due to this amendment of more than 300 million euros in the next 2 and 3 years. Why, though, invest more in R&D, and why is R&D a strategic priority for the government? You all know that we had many Greeks leaving the country, especially during the crisis. R&D creates good scientific job opportunities, especially for young and talented individuals. And we have seen during the pandemic crisis important investments, R&D investments in the country from companies like Pfizer, Cisco, EY, Viewer, Volkswagen, Amazon Web Services, Applied Materials, and other companies which are heavily investing in R&D. We also changed and simplified the process, the procedure, in order to accelerate the process. With these tax rates, we do consider that Greece is one of the most competitive countries in R&D tax incentives. But we also have important activities from the cohesion money, the ESPA money, an important initiative which was started by the previous government is Research, Create, Innovate. We have formed innovation clusters and have established the competence centers in Greece also. Finally, the third area of intervention has to do with the innovation ecosystem. And allow me to say that up until recently, the Greek state did not know how many startups we had, in which sector they were, how many people they employed, what budgets they had. We practically had no information about the startup ecosystem. And when you want to be capable of implementing successful policies, you must know, you must have all of the available data. So we decided to create Elevate Greece, which actually acts as a national startup registry, but it does much more than that. Through Elevate Greece, we have mapped the Greek innovation ecosystem. We are monitoring its progress through specific KPIs. It does work as a very good networking tool. We have given important awards in the Thessaloniki International Fair from the official partners, which are all from the private sector, and we have addressed important local and global investor issues. Very briefly, allow me to say that the most important sector in terms of number of companies of startups has to do with Then in the second position, we have travel, third, environment, and then agri-tech. In terms of workforce, and life sciences is in the first position. Then we have advertising, retailing, e-commerce, and fourth, data analytics and big data. This is an alarming slide in my view. It's something that we all did know, but now we do have the specific data, and it's alarming because we see that 2 out of 3 startups within the country are in Attica, in the region of Attica. Then we have an important percentage in Central Macedonia, Crete, perhaps Western Greece, and then the percentages are extremely low. And this has actually made us discuss with many of the regional governors in order to see how we can promote policies that will support startups, especially in the region outside the urban areas. Through Elevate Greece, we have, for the first time in the Greek state, legislated specific tax breaks for angel investors. This is an initiative that is working quite well, actually. We have also ran successfully on an activity to support the liquidity of the startup ecosystem, especially due to the COVID crisis. And through Elevate Greece, we have also, for the first time, legislated incentives for stock options, but also apart from public policy, we have created a very important network of companies coming from the private sector, which includes banks, multinational companies, institutional investors. These are the official partners of Elevate Greece. In the Thessaloniki International Fair, we actually were capable of giving awards of 252,000 euros to the best startups. But also apart from the money awards, the official partners of Elevate Greece provide to the startups important incentives like specified banking products, access to the global innovation networks they have, mentoring services, free cloud services, or even business planning. So it's extremely important to see not only how to create public policies supporting the innovation ecosystem, but also private policies in order to assure that the state works as an ally to the startup ecosystem and not as a difficulty. Having traveled around Europe, especially during the years of the crisis, I had seen in many European capitals that there were natural grounds of innovation. And in fact, I would always Greek entrepreneurs there trying to be competitive at a global scale from another country though. And one of the first initiatives was to see how we can create an innovation district in Africa. And it's actually quite close from here. It's in Piraeus Street in Crowdpolicy. The innovation district is a place where you have startups, spin-offs, companies that invest in R&D, research centers, universities, and you try to see how you can promote, cultivate synergies for the creation of innovative products and services. The innovation district in Africa is proceeding quite well, actually. It's proceeding through a public-private partnership. We're actually now in the second and final stage of the public-private partnership, and there's a lot of interest. It's a place where it will have more than 2,500 people working there, and it's a project that will cost more than 100 million euros. A similar project we are working on in Thessaloniki, the Festentech. Briefly, allow me to say that here the business plan is a bit different. We hope to adapt companies established, set all of their R&D departments there, and around that create an innovation ecosystem. This project is proceeding again very well. We have attracted a lot of interest from the private sector and from companies outside Greece. Allow me to say that Thessaloniki has the important advantage that it is very close to many European capitals through roads, and if we want to be a leader, especially in the Balkans and Southeastern Europe, Thessaloniki must have the leading role there. Finally, and very briefly, the next steps, reform of the institutional framework of spin-offs. We actually voted for that in the Hellenic Parliament last week. It's a very important initiative where we actually simplify the procedure for research centers and universities to create spin-offs, even to shut them down if they need to. And we have linked it together even with Elevate Greece, so there are economic incentives as well. We are also promoting the development of technology transfer offices throughout the country in our research centers and our universities. We are working in close coordination with the Ministry of Education on those issues. Very briefly, FRAX is an important tool for the decision making in real time, which we are working with the Ministry of National Defense. We're also working closely with the Ministry of Agriculture for an emblematic research initiative of Mission, a flagship action for the Greek genetic material. We are voting in Parliament the research and innovation strategy for smart specialization, and we are also utilizing the Recovery and Resilience Fund. And finally, regarding the RRF, we have already announced important initiatives, especially the Seal of Excellence and the increase in the budget for the activity of research, create, innovate. We are supporting through the RRF important initiatives, especially for basic and applied research, the extra version of the research and innovation ecosystem. We are not supporting the project in IOBE with direct finance. If the winner of the public tender wants, they will have access to money through the loans of the RRF, but please ignore number 2. This finally, because I think Thomas has reconnected, I want to say that we recently signed a letter of intent with the German government to see how we can further our research and innovation agreement. It's an agreement that backs back to 1978, if I'm not making a mistake, and it has funded a lot of programs, research programs from both countries. We consider it the most successful bilateral agreement we have in research and innovation, and I want to say again that Thomas has played a critical role in this relationship, and we really want to thank him. And Thomas, thank you very much for being here today and for always standing up for Greece and supporting us in difficult times. Again, thank you very much.
So directly back to the German federal government of education, Minister Racker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Christos. It is an honor for me to bring the cooperation between Greece and Germany also in the future. Going back to my speech, I'm sorry it was interrupted. Europe must strive to become a global leader in research and innovation. That is why Germany continues to focus on reaching the 3.5% goal for R&D investment by 2025. Already today, private and public R&D expenditure amounts to 3.14% of our GDP, making us one of the top locations for science and research. Our stimulus package and the future package place a clear focus on innovation and research, especially in the current crisis. 60 billion euros have been earmarked for innovation-oriented spending on future challenges. The federal government also adopted the high-tech strategy, which is aimed at boosting startup culture and the innovative capacity of companies in Germany. My ministry, the BMBF, has since long seen the involvement of young SMEs and startups in the innovation processes as an integrated part of both our funding programs and cross-cutting measures. The new German government will surely do the same. Consensus across parties that SMEs are the backbone of our industry, but they still face special challenges when it comes to innovation funding. This is why one of our central objectives is to maintain and enhance the innovative strengths and competitiveness of SMEs. We have achieved quite a lot in the past years. We have created new starters and SMEs. We have developed regional innovation networks. Let me share 4 examples of federal government initiatives. Firstly, our government set up the Future Fund this year. It provides 10 billion euros in funding for key technologies. This instrument will help us close funding gaps for innovative businesses. Secondly, we introduced the Government's Act, which provides tax incentives for companies that conduct R&D activities. Most importantly, this benefits small and medium-sized enterprises in particular. Thirdly, we provide targeted project funding for SMEs. The so-called KMU Innovative Funding Line for innovative SMEs is geared towards supporting excellent research and development in SMEs. Funding aims to strengthen the commercialization and innovation prospects of SMEs in the long term. Fourthly, it is essential for our future power for innovation to make sure that the best ideas are transformed into new products, processes, and services faster. This is precisely the aim of the Cluster for Future initiative. These clusters take advantage of the strengths of
All right. Does this work? Assuming this works, unfortunately we have, for a second time, a technical problem we mentioned. So that we don't interrupt the flow too much, let us take the European view now. And in turn, I would like to get the Commission view first. We are happy to have a presentation from Luther Orton from DIW. So happy to take your view, and following that, we are very happy and personally, since we know each other, I guess, sort of back around here, what is it now, 25 years. So Reinhilde Vogelers, who is one of the premier academics in Europe on matters of innovation and how innovation policy having served not only in academic but also in policy position. So she can talk to us about where we are in terms of innovation, but also innovation policy. But let us first get the Commission view on how we're doing and what we can do.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. Hello from Brussels. I hope you can hear and see me okay. My name is Ludger Odenthal. I'm working in the Commission at DG GROW, which is, of course, the service of the Commission, which is orchestrating the industrial policy across the board, covering pretty much all sectors, including defense, including automotive. And, as part of that, of course, innovation policy is very much a key, innovation is very much a key issue for us, in our sort of endeavors to improve the competitiveness of industries, that's for sure. And of course, part of the portfolio is, of course, the SME policy. This is also the service where I am located, where I work. So we, our unit is in charge of promoting the policy framework for SMEs in general. And that includes also, of course, apart from the general population of SMEs, startup and scale-up policy companies, which are, of course, as we know, in particular interesting and relevant if you talk about innovation policy. So, so that's a bit my background. So I really appreciate this, this event as such, and not just from the focus, which is of course very interesting, but also this collaboration between two member states. That is something that we really like and also try to encourage. Cooperation in Europe should not mean, and luckily it also does not mean solely also only cooperation via Brussels and so on. It's excellent when policymakers and academics from different member states find together and work on a very specific project and exchange good practices. This is something that we really strongly encourage. We have something which is called the SME Envoy Network. This is a very informal but very effective hands-on kind of gremium of high-level policy experts in member states that come together regularly to discuss policy issues. And also within that framework, we very much encourage policymakers, these high-level officials coming together to exchange views, practices, hands-on practices, how to improve policies in different policy areas, including innovation, but also, education and so on. So just to say that this, I'm very sort of honored to participate in this event, because apart from the subject, I think the initiatives, the idea of the initiatives is really excellent. So thanks very much for it. So what I'd like to bring to the table here is kind of with the European perspective. What does that mean? We're concretely sort of a bit sharing also the insights that we have on the EU level, bit sort of bird's eye view on how the situation looks across the EU, also with reference to partner countries outside. What are the trends there in terms of innovation, in terms of also policies? What have we learned? And what does it mean in particular for policies? Because I understand this morning is really also focused on analyzing policies. So let me very quickly move on this and share with you a bit what our take is on innovation in Europe, innovation policy in Europe in recently, what the status is there. And for that, I'd like to make a distinction between two groups of SMEs and of firms. One is those, I would call it the general kind of population of SMEs, okay? And then next to that, the very sort of a subgroup of sort of startups, scale-ups, deep tech firms that are really sort of at the core of innovation. Why this distinction? Well, because obviously innovation takes place in a lot of places, and we know from the data that even though it's always a minority of SMEs that really innovate per se, it's nonetheless a large share of firms across the board, or including, you know, to various degrees in various member states, but still, you know, still a strong minority of firms do innovate in some form or the other without being sort of conforming to the picture of this dynamic, newly set up deep tech firms. So if you're talking innovation policy, you have to talk about these firms, and you of course have to keep in mind, and on the other hand, of course, those firms that are really at the frontier of innovation and are set up right from front with very sort of right from the start with innovation in mind, with a very innovative idea in mind. So and so, you know, if you allow me to develop this on this premise, so what we've learned for this large group of SMEs, many of these firms that innovate are actually established firms, firms that have been around for quite some time, family firms that have started out with, at one point, with an innovative idea, but have here kept the spirit and developed it over time, over decades. So these firms are around, and they are quite numerous. But what we learn is that what we have seen for these firms, yes, all the measures that have been already alluded to, the very specific targeted innovation measures are important, undoubtedly. But we also see that for these firms, more than even for these high-tech firms, to which I'm coming later, what is really almost as important is the general business framework, you know. So you can have the best, I mean, sounds like a truism, but I think it's worthwhile to, as a reminder, certainly at the beginning of discussion of very specific innovation policy, that the general framework of how to do your business can be as important for enhancing or prohibiting innovation in firms as do specific instruments. And what we've seen is that, you know, if there is a deterioration in the general framework of how to do business, you know, if it becomes more bureaucratic, if, you know, there's a crisis, pandemic, where, you know, things are, you know, firms are, you know, paid much later than they usually get, so they have a late payment problem. It's the smaller firms that are the first to react to this crisis in saving money. And the first area they go to is reducing investment in R&D and innovation. Of course, that happens much more frequently with larger firms that obviously have deeper pockets. So for this group, the very simple point, so it's as important it is to think about innovation policies for these sort of more sort of a general group of firms, to think about adequate instruments. And I very much welcome also the ideas that were issued by Minister Dimas to highlight the importance of simplification of support measures, making it less bureaucratic, less burdensome. That is also extremely important for SMEs. Also that you of course have to have specific financing instruments for SMEs, because we know that access to finance is for all firms, for all SMEs, the number one issue when it comes, or one of the top 3 issues when it comes to problems in becoming innovative. So all this is important, but if you are in a situation, for instance, where the general framework for basically business failure and doing starting again, learning from failure, the famous second chance area, if that is not properly designed, you will have a lot of firms that do not really get going right from the beginning. If they know, well, if I fail with this highly innovative and therefore risky proposition, I'm done. I will not have a second chance. So that, of course, is that policy, which at the beginning doesn't sound very much related to innovation, is of course something which, when it comes when it comes to really to the decision-making process of an individual saying, I'm going to set up an innovative firm with a new idea, can be very much decisive on whether that firm at all is set up and is realized. So that's one example. The other I mentioned already, late payment. We saw now in the crisis, in the pandemic, that firms, in particular SMEs, were paid much later. That contributed to a cash flow problem, and that in turn resulted in many firms basically saying, okay, well, we have to cut down somewhere, and the first place they were looking at is funds away for innovation, and postponed, and maybe postponed for at least for temporarily, but maybe eventually, maybe even constantly. So very simple point. So when it comes to the general mass of SMEs, also more long-established firms, I think all the instruments that have been described now already, or refer to by the German and Greek side, are all very important, and we can only support them. And but the point I want to make on top of that is those will only work properly if the general business framework is really conducive, and that includes a whole range of issues. Now, coming to the second set of businesses, those scale-up firms, unicorns, star firms, star innovators. Well, there are numerous, probably more. Unfortunately, there are probably more terms for that group of firms than they are actually firms for it. I'm exaggerating a bit, but that is in fact a problem that we have in Europe. We have, since a couple of years, a thriving startup scene in the EU, Germany, but also in a lot of other countries, and I would include also Greece, although we just heard that there is a quite a focus here, or regional concentration there. So we do have quite a thriving startup scene that was very different 10 years ago. So there is real progress, and I think that's also part of successful innovation processes. What is still a problem in Europe is, when compared to other partner countries, just mentioning the US, is they are turning startups into scale-ups, into fast-growing firms. This is where we are still lagging behind. This is where we still have a problem. And therefore we also looked at ourselves, took a close look at scale-up firms, high-growth firms. We did, together with the OECD, a study recently on microdata based in 5 European countries, where we could obtain the data is, who are these fast-growing firms? What drives them? What happens after, they have a growth spurt of a couple of years, how many do grow and how many stagnate or fall back, and what are the factors here which drive their growth. And there in this group, clearly this is different as it's from the general group I described beforehand. There, of course, they have very specific interests and needs, and here in particular finance is key. Again, there's a whole set of issues. It's obvious that it's not just you just not can pull sort of a whole set of sort of the new Googles, Amazons in Europe out of the hat by just dishing out additional funds. It's not that easy, but you definitely need to put in place financial instruments and support that is lacking at the moment in Europe. We do not have a Silicon Valley. We do not have this venture capital finance scene. We will not have it in the near future, something comparable. So we have to be creative and develop different policy instruments that enable the creation of such a financing environment in the long run, but also at the meantime act a bit as a substitute. And here I want to just conclude, because I think I'm already sort of running a bit over time, just to give you some examples of some new instruments on the EU level, which we really try to target that problem of this gap of financing which inhibits growth of innovative firms and scale-ups. We have, I think you're all familiar with the European Innovation Council that has been put in place, and that is really sort of has put in place with a clear mandate to say, look, this innovation is essentially the future, decides on the future of Europe. We need way more innovation here in all areas, but in particular also driven by businesses. As part of the European Innovation Council, some very exciting new instruments were put in place. I will just mention or name check just 2 or 3. We maybe in the discussion we can develop further, just give an idea of what we think is important. Again, I'm zooming in on finance, not because it's the only thing that matters. There are other issues, but for the shortness of time here, I will focus on that. But it's what we see really critical, and where we have a disadvantage, and where also, of course, cooperation across Europe is I think very important. So it's finance. So one issue is really for a startup firm, to grow from the seed phase, where they get the first set of funds to develop a product, to test it, to get more long-term financing. Seed financing is easy. I'm saying it very sort of similar. It's very simply now, but it's no longer that problem. If you have a good idea, business plan, you get seed financing in Europe much easier than 10 years ago. But then the next stage, then you have the product, and then you want to develop, you want to bring your innovation to the market, you want a production, you need machines, and you really invest in capital, and you will not immediately have returns. So you need more sort of a long-term financing. And you need equity financing. And there we have the Innovation Council has put in place the so-called EIC accelerator, which is a very exciting instrument that helps getting closing this gap. The EIC accelerator gives grants, but to up to 2.5 million. But most importantly, what's really innovative about it, it's for the first time that the EU, the Commission, takes a direct equity investment in firms to cover scale-up costs of up to 15 million euros. And of course, and early data, we are not managing this, but the colleagues who are running this have told me it's really a runaway success. There's a huge demand for it, and there are plenty of firms who go through this very rigorous identification process, and it's very important because here 15 millions will not solve the problem of all the problems of these firms, but it's a signal, you know, it's an anchor investment which will rope in a lot of other investors, and we also will a new sort of have new financing, two other financing programs in place that I just wanted to name check. One is the initial public offering fund, the IPO fund. So making it much easier, or providing additional finance, again, providing anchor finance to help more firms to do a public offering, and through the public offering, eventually also getting more, roping in more equity, which will help them to grow and scale up. And there's a third program, Escalar, which really is targeted at the same group and is also structured in a way that it helps to accompany a firm through the different processes. So again, I think I should stop here. So I hope I gave you a flavor of, you know, the way we see it, and how we approach SME innovation. Again, thank you very much for giving us here the opportunity to contribute, and congratulations to this really excellent project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for making actually some really excellent points in my view, including the fact that, if I may rephrase, the natural route for business is to innovate. And if you remove obstacles in the business environment, then you are halfway through. And on top of that, specific measures to promote innovation. Let me set the scene for what's going to follow. So now Reinhilde Voglers is going to talk to us. Reinhilde, if you don't mind, since we will have the chance to discuss in the second round, keep this first intervention reasonably short, so that we can also have Minister Dimas comment if he wants, before he has to go back to the ministry. But the floor is yours. Shall we say something like 10 minutes initially, and then we can have a broader discussion once we also bring in a number of other people here from the Greek scene.
Yeah, thanks, Nikos. I'm very happy to be here, to be participating in this event. And actually, the remarks I wanted to make follow very closely to what Ludwig Odenthal was saying in terms of these two types of SMEs here. So, of course, R&D is very important. We definitely should focus on that dimension here, and particularly how to improve the links from science to innovation. I've been researching that for a long time. But next to really this focus on R&D, economic growth there is also a substantial economic growth premium from adopting the latest new frontier technologies here, especially digital technologies here. McKinsey actually estimates this growth premium to be 20% boost in growth from better adopting latest technologies here. And I think that's also something that really deserves enough attention. Our companies, and particularly our SMEs, are also adopting sufficiently these new latest technologies here. That matters because with these new latest technologies, they can improve their productivity, their profitability here, but it also will be a very important driver for their innovative behavior, which is not necessarily always pushing the frontier, but really incremental improvements to their business offerings here. So I really think we should not underestimate the importance of adopting technologies here, latest technologies, and that form of innovating here. And if you look at the European digital targets that were set here, there are clear targets on that. So the target is 70% of all businesses should be adopting digital technologies. And again, digital technologies are really a very important complementary technology for firms to be able to innovate here. And we're very far off from the target of 70% here, so there's definitely a lot of work to be done. targets also include unicorns, and they will be part of the whole story of driving innovation-based growth. But this adoption of technologies is also definitely important. And for SMEs, we do have not only the focus on how to create these unicorns, but also how to make sure how the other SMEs are also innovating and adopting and doing that by being able to adopt the latest technologies, and particularly latest digital technologies. Now, we were working a bit with EIBS survey, which is a large survey of companies that they do that regularly by the European Investment Bank, who traces companies of all size classes along their adoption of technologies and digital technologies here. We can also compare that with the EU and the US. And there we do see that European companies, and particularly small companies, are less active in adopting these latest digital technologies compared to the US counterparts. Not the large companies, but particularly the SMEs. And that also includes young SMEs, startup SMEs here. Compared again to their US counterparts, they're less likely to adopt digital technologies. And also with the COVID crisis, the latest survey results also show that, again, these SMEs in Europe were less likely to use the COVID shock as a way of catching up on digital technologies here. Also the young SMEs here, but that's mostly because of their size and the sector in which we find a lot of young SMEs here. So they stay very often too small size and also are more, as compared again to the US, more found in sectors which are not on the technology forefront in terms of, like, for instance, in business services and technical digital business services here. So again, these limits of growing to critical scale explains also why these firms are not actually adopting all digital technologies here. And again, adopting these digital technologies matters because, again, from the survey results, we do see that these companies that are adopting latest technologies, also SMEs, will be more profitable, will be more able to innovate and grow over the long term, including creating new jobs as well. So it's not that when they adopt the latest digital technologies that they are reducing their employment, but on the contrary, it supports their growth trajectory and will lead to new jobs being created in these companies here. And what's even more worrying is that, so it's not only that they're not adopting these latest technologies, but that they are really persistently stuck in being non-digital here. So they also have no plans to adopt digital technologies in future here. And it's particularly these persistent laggards that we find among SMEs in Europe. And of course, if the European economies are much more focused on SMEs and have more persistent laggards, that would mean that Europe in general will not be able to really catch all the benefits from digital technology economic growth premiums here. So that's why it's also important to look at how we can mobilize these SMEs to be adopting latest technologies to become more innovative. And then it's important to look at what are the barriers that holds them back. And I'm very happy to actually follow up on Ludger here, because if we look at the barriers as they reported it in the survey, of course, uncertainty about the future is an important barrier for all companies, also for these SMEs and lagging SMEs. Access to skills is actually the second most important one. And I think I want to emphasize again that skills agenda is very important in these SMEs if they want to be able to adopt technologies and use these technologies and latest technologies for their innovative offerings. They really need sufficient technical skills here, and lacking that is a very important barrier. So the skill agenda, I think, is particularly important for adoption here. Strangely and a bit unexpectedly, it's not access to digital infrastructure, because that's not reported as a major impediment for companies, including for SMEs. So it's really uncertainty and skills that is the major one here. But then also, and particularly compared to the US, what was for these persistent lagging SME firms an important barrier was labor market regulations and business regulations in general. So it resonates very much with what Ludger was saying in terms of the overall business environment is very important here. And what holds back these SMEs to be adopting latest technologies is a lot of regulatory barriers that they're facing here, particularly labor market regulations. That's the ease with which they can actually hire and fire and recruit talents and skills that they actually need here. So again, we focus a lot on finance, that's important, but this regulatory framework, having open markets, open labor markets and open financial markets are really very important complementary condition here. Again, that's not to say that access to finance is not important, because although it's not a major barrier to entry, it is actually one that's way more impeding these persistent lagging SME firms here. And when we looked into more detail what this access to finance actually what's the most important mechanism for that? Of course, it's external, because very often these companies don't have enough deep internal pockets compared to large firms here. And for external, of course, grants and subsidies are important. But what's the major external financing is bank financing. And not being able to actually acquire bank financing for adopting technologies was considered to be the major barrier here. So I think we definitely also need to make sure that we get this bank financing as a complementary instrument. But that, of course, also means that we have to make sure that these investments that SMEs want to uptake, that they are sufficiently profitable with a high enough return here, so that actually bank financing will also be mobilized here. So I think I better close here and come back later for some comments on how to improve the scale-up financing as a reaction to Ludger. But I really want to emphasize this point of also looking at adopting latest technologies, particularly for SMEs, and that it also requires looking at specific ways of which barriers are important for that and how to remove those. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Rahim. We are halfway through the panel, but before proceeding with the other participants, I would like to bring in Minister Dimas back into the discussion before he has to go back to the ministry. And also, Alexander, invite you, if you want, to ask a couple of questions. My question is a little bit topical, so it's not something that we can see in the data yet, because our data goes back at least 1 or 2 years. But do we have a sense whether the COVID crisis by itself, but also the funding tools that Europe is putting forward, is going to keep us in the old trend? Is it going to accelerate innovation? Is it going to help more cross-border innovation? Or is this maybe too early to tell? So I don't know if, Minister, you want...
First of all, I want to say that the two speakers made excellent comments, both for the simplification of procedures, reskilling and upskilling are extremely important. And also the fact that one of the points that I have been making in the Council of Ministers regularly in the last 2 years is the fact that the European Union must see how it can further support innovative companies, unicorns, companies that can be competitive and must be, European companies that must be competitive at a global scale, because Europe has been very successful in supporting finance and science and research. It hasn't been that successful in supporting innovative companies to stay and establish within Europe. So we have faced in Greece the issue of brain drain. I am very worried about facing the issue of brain drain in the European continent, especially towards the US and other countries. So we have to see how we can become more competitive at a global scale and fully support independent companies and unicorns. Regarding now your question, Nikos, I truly believe that the pandemic crisis was to a large extent, to a certain extent, an opportunity for research and innovation. And the fact that the global community was capable of developing safe and successful vaccines within a very short time period, I think is an amazing achievement of the global science and innovation community. But it's not only on that respect. All of our lives have changed drastically in the last 1.5 years. And you have seen important developments, even in technological applications that help us within our household or within our workplace. So we have seen important developments in research and innovation. My instinct is that we live in a period where things change rapidly. So I would dare to say that this trend will continue to a very large extent, even when we're through with the COVID crisis. And that is what I think makes research and innovation remarkable, is the fact that you have to be capable of adjusting to what developments happen. And I'm not only referring to technological developments. If you are incapable of doing so, unfortunately, you are under the threat of staying behind. And this is a real threat, not only for Greece, but also even for the European Union, for everyone, practically. I want to also make a final comment. I think that one of the crises that we have in front of us is obviously the climate crisis. And the European Union has been very active in providing important financial tools in order to support research and innovation deal more effectively with the climate crisis. I'm obviously referring also to the Horizon instrument, but also in terms of legislation. So the European Union has been in the last 2 decades a leader on this issue. I really believe that through research and innovation, we will be capable, not only as a European Union, but as a global community, to find effective solutions, economic viable solutions, to deal much more effectively with the climate crisis. But that is only up until the next crisis. I think that we will live in the years to come multiple crises and a lot of issues. So research and innovation has to have very is at the center of the answers to these crises. So to answer your question, yes, I think we will continue with this trend, and it's important to support research and innovation more and more, and that's why we have set important financial goals to increase investment in R&D, but that on its own is not, it's only part of the solution, not the solution only. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I have to go, but I do have to continue. And I want to thank the speakers as well for their very, very important comments.
Okay, thank you. Well, it's okay that you go because we know you're going to do things that are going to help with research and innovation. So that's the whole point. So thank you very much, and it was wonderful to have you with us. So Alexander, you want to, before Minister Dimas goes, you know the German scene and the Greek economy and overall scene extremely well. Is there any comment you want to share or a question?
Yes, thank you very much, Nico. Yes, I would like to maybe before Minister Dimas leaves, indeed make 3 or 4 comments. I enjoyed very much the fact that you pointed to this issue, top Greek researchers, which exist to a large number, are leaving Greece, and one has to think about how to become more attractive again, which of course also holds for Germany. And so this is an issue which both countries share, and where we all need to think how we can become better. I think Reinhilde and Ludger made very important points with respect to financial issues, also with respect to scaling. And I would like to add 3 points, maybe 4. The one is, what is really important is that people who are in the research area can try out to become an entrepreneur as well. And here's the question whether the society is accepting that in both potential outcomes. The one outcome is, and it's very rare, it's you become extremely rich and successful. And this is what many people do not like in several of our countries. There is an issue that research is public. Why should one person become rich using this kind of public knowledge? But we have to emphasize that it is a very risky decision still to become an entrepreneur, because 9 out of 10 do not become rich, they rather fail. And both issues are not always accepted in our countries. And this is where exactly we need to encourage people on the one hand, but also open up the option to go back to research. So having these 2 worlds much more closely connected between each other is an important thing where we really need to get better. And when I hear young people in our countries telling us that I'm afraid to openly communicate that I have an idea and I want to try to become an entrepreneur because I'm afraid of not being able to go back to the research area, as long as we hear these kind of statements, we know we have to get better in that direction. Allowing the people moving back and forth between the 2 worlds. I think this is very crucial in order to get more people trying to risk this. And the second point I'd like to make is, and Reinhilde mentioned it already, it's always important to have indeed a huge package of financial instruments to attract firms and to stay. But the regulatory environment, the red tape is also very important. And as much as it doesn't really look in the first place as crucial for firms moving from one country to the other, we see that in the past countries left Greece, left Germany, left Europe because the regulatory environment is better in other parts of the world. And this is something which is, how to say, unsexy to change and to address, but it is really important not to forget the regulatory environment. The third thing is, what I learned from Switzerland is continuity, and something like the institutional memory. And I think this is something which has to become, in particular, addressed in Greece. With the change of each government, we are still afraid that projects which the previous government started are stopped, and the new government start new projects, and then there's a change again, and projects are stopped again. And this is something where I think a lot more effort needs to be put in to get, so to say, in the area of research, a common sense of where we want to go to between the major parties in a country. The last point, and then I'm giving back to Nico. The last point is, Mr. Dimas, you mentioned that you are a little bit scared about the clustering of entrepreneurs in Greece, in particular in the Attica area. Of course, it has its advantages and disadvantages, but I think we simply have to accept that research and environment is not a flat world. There is some parts where they all cluster for good reasons. And one really also should think how to improve at least these clusters where the entrepreneurs are, to make the cluster really strong, particularly through, for instance, installing their research institutions who make this transformation process between research and business, so to say, the applied research institutions. The very final point, then I'm done over, is also bringing in another topic, is the local environment. And I think it is also something which we should discuss more in the future. How can we give incentives to the local environment to attract firms, to attract innovative firms, and make, so to say, the entrepreneurial society more flat, bring it to more regions. When we think of Greece, for instance, again, how we can give incentives to the local governments in Thessaloniki, in Ioannina, wherever, to make the local environment attractive for firms to go there, and not only to the one city in Greece. These are maybe the 5 comments I would like to add, and certainly also makes clear that policy, in order to attract research-intensive firms and to make them stay and grow, is a really complex approach, and we have to have many parts of it in mind when we decide how to improve the innovation system in the country. Thank you.
Thank you for discussing also in the continuation. Let me do 2 things at once and in parallel. Let me invite Valia Ranitou, who has two hats. She's an associate professor at the University of Crete, but she's also the scientific director of the INNOMSME, which is the scientific branch of the retail commerce. At the same time, thank Minister Dimas again, hoping he can hear the first at least couple of words of Valia.
I will be very short. Okay. Thank you very much. One comment and then you can. So I will start from the comment and then I will. I think that the biggest problem for SMEs. Okay. So one point, and I'm sorry about this. Thank you very much for the invitation, etc. There's a dichotomy, even not only in our society, business society, but also in the SME society. You have a very small percentage, as in your very nice presentation showed, is a very small percentage of people that are working in the startups and innovative companies. The larger part of the SMEs is non-technology SMEs. So the question, the only thing that I would like to hear, to think about, is how we can correlate these 2 parts, and how can we put a little bit innovation to the non-technological SMEs. This is the question that, as Schumpeter says, you said it before, mentioned, that without innovation, the companies will die. So the big problem of our economy and our society is the huge number of SMEs that are very, very small. So can we find a way to correlate innovation and non-technological SMEs? And the SMEs are in the middle scale of innovation. How can they be informed about the new instruments that we present? Because we know from the entrepreneurial community that they are not exactly informed. Okay, Elevate Greece is one way, but they need more information. So with this, yes, please. Because I will.
Excellent question. Allow me to say that the data I provided, I showed, had to do exclusively with the startup ecosystem.
Yes.
Okay, many of the startups are in the category of SMEs indeed, but we have defined startups for the first time in Greece with very specific characteristics that differentiate a newly composed company from a startup. And basically the differentiation has to do with the fact in one case that there has to be the issue of innovation. Either in the product that is produced, in the service that is given, or even in a procedure that might be have. The second issue has to do with scalability. So not all SMEs can become startups, first of all. Secondly, not all startups are technological companies also. Third, SMEs or even other companies must try to see how they can become more innovative and using cutting-edge technology when that is capable. Of course, that does not mean that all SMEs can become startups. So the data I provided had to do only with the startup ecosystem. Now, trying to make the Greek economy and the businesses, especially the SMEs, which are the great majority of the businesses within the country, more competitive is an extremely important issue. It's another issue. In my view, it is related also with technology. So many companies, even those that are not startups, can be very innovative in their services that they provide or in the products that they provide. And being innovative does not necessarily mean that you have to adopt specific technological advancements, although I completely agree with Mr. Werner's statement that when you adopt cutting-edge technology, you might have immense opportunities opening. But it's also related to what Mr. Veta said about how you can improve your business environment, how you can make the economy much more competitive, how you can reskill and upskill the people within the country so they can provide higher services. So it's two related issues regarding small and medium enterprises, but allow me to say again that the data I provided had to do specifically with the startup ecosystem. But I do agree with your statement that whenever you are able of taking advantage of innovation or technological advancements, it's something that will work in the benefit of any company.
Thank you. This is great. So I'm sure we will continue this in other ways.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Vanya, you go on.
Okay, go on. The most important part of my speech was this question. But anyway, 2 or 3 points concerning all this very nice collaboration. First of all, in the future, we could, like representative of SMEs, participate to a project like this to say some ideas. Now, we all know that the presence of SMEs has a special weight in the Greek and social economic structure. In fact, it's about 90%, 95% of businesses, but the special characteristic of our economy is the miniature company, the very small company that has less than 4 people in their company. This is about the 90% of our businesses. So Greek economy has this specific characteristic that 90% of their businesses have a total employment up to 4 people. So we all know that micro enterprises accounted about 54% of total employment of the economy. That means less of 10 people, the micro. And the miniature companies is the bigger size. Now, the rate, of course, is declining compared to 2008. From 53%, now it was 62% some years before. And of course, the turnover of the micro enterprises is only 30% of the total turnover of the economy. Opposite to these trends, we can find the larger companies that really makes the huger part of the turnover of the economy. So the first conclusion is that there is a strong dichotomy between very small and large companies, and especially the very large companies. This phenomenon has been active since middle 90s and is linked with the wider changes of the productive structure of the economy. Now, today, with this presentation, we can see that there's another dichotomy between the companies that use innovation and the companies that they cannot even use innovation in their businesses. Now, concerning the high-tech enterprises, they are increasingly important part of the domestic productive base, with gradually increasing trends in all relevant categories of productive monitoring, number of enterprises, number of employees, and added value. Although there are fluctuations for a period between 2008 and today, with periods that they were downward trend in some subsector of the economy, now we can see today that it seems to be stabilizing in a field of technology and enterprises that is mobilized by development of startups, spin-offs companies. However, high-tech enterprises and startups are still a small part of overall production structures in terms of number of enterprises, number of employees, and added value. Low-tech enterprises and medium-low-tech enterprises constitute the vast majority of our economy. Now, I want to close this small comment with some ideas and propositions. Number one, we have to strengthening the innovation as a critical aspect of the development of small and medium-sized enterprises. Particularly in the context of the knowledge economy, the organized expansion of SMEs' access to modern cognitive, technological, and organizational solutions is necessary, as well as their utilization for the development of new production process, new products and services, a new business model is very much necessary. However, small businesses are facing strong barriers. One of them, and Mrs. Vogels said that, is the finance. I think, in my opinion, for SMEs concerning the innovation story, the finance from the bank system is very, very important and is a very big barrier. Here we can add the culture of innovation that is we cannot find very much this culture. Therefore, in the same time, as I said before, it is necessary to modernization the non-technological sector of the economy through the support of the small enterprises as a critical part of integrated intervention to improve the innovation potential and to strengthen and deepen the level of productive specialization. How we can do all of this? With the establishment of infrastructures to support innovative activities, with actions to finance integrated plans for the upgraded and modernization of the production capacity and of the commercial operation for small businesses and non-technological sectors, and by strengthening the purely technological sectors and in terms of their expansion and interconnection with international production chains at the level of intermediate or final products and services. And finally, to support the startups for the development of solutions, products, and services in productive fields related to important sectors of Greek economy, as, for instance, agricultural, food, trade, construction, and tourism. Thanks a lot for this opportunity to say one or two words about Greek SMEs.
Great, thank you, Vaya.
See you again.
You can sit here if you want, so we can continue with the panel. Or...
Okay, I can sit.
Okay. Couple of additional points brought into the discussion by Mr. Kramanolis from Crowdpolicy, and then we move deeper. And after him, I want to go back to Brussels to both the policymakers and the academics, and see perhaps how we can accelerate on this.
Thank you. I'm Georgios Karamanolis. I'm the co-founder and CTO of Crowdpolicy, and we are very happy as Crowdpolicy and proud for our participation to this innovative project. Of course, this project, the last 3 years, supported our strategic plan to engage the ecosystem through the provision of data produced by the project and the collective experience gained by our partners, to improve our strategic plan, to engage the ecosystem, to create added value services for SMEs, to create and deliver added value services for the public sector in order to enable the public sector to innovate with the objective to support also local economies and societies. So what we are doing the last 9 years with Crowdpolicy is related to open innovation, digital transformation, and we are trying through our technology activities and technological solutions, cloud services, to support the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Greece, and in parallel to develop cloud applications for the customers, for the public sector and users. Through our 10 years journey, we have the support and the experience of a wide ecosystem in Greece, a business ecosystem. We have collaborated with the private sector, with public sector, with ministries, with collective bodies, with regions and municipalities. And our participation to the INNOMSME project has supported the last years our approach of how we could align with the European state-of-art our services, our technological services, and our digital services. So my highlights through our participation is that, of course, the innovation in every level, in public policy level, in business level, technological level, needs a political or managerial will. I think that this will also exist in Greece, and that's the reason, of course, we had the opportunity for having today the minister here to demonstrate in practice the political will. Also, I would like to highlight the importance of the human talent and local networks that could support small SMEs to innovate in a way that they could transfer exponential or technology, for example, or cutting-edge technology to specific industry segments. So what we think that this project would provide for the economy and the society after the completion of the project or during the implementation is that all this data could be, and the reports and the deliverables could be utilized by a community of researchers, developers, startup companies, academia, in order to support policy making, policy formulation, or the development of added value services. It is, in one way or another, a common experience of what the INNOMSME project has supported Crowdpolicy. So, during this innovation journey, the last years, we have collaborated with an important human capital in Greece, with startup companies, developers, academia, organizing a number of hackathons. We have supported also the municipality in Athens 5 years ago to design this extraordinary place in Athens. We have also see how the talent of 4,000 developers could be utilized not only by the SMEs but also by the public sector in order to improve services and develop innovative solutions. And of course, I would like to share also our collaboration with multinational companies. We have collaborated with Lidl 1 year ago to develop, to engage the citizen and create a culture of innovation around the protection of environment, and a lot of services and products through this innovation hackathon. For example, loyalty projects, invoicing projects, crowdsourcing platforms, community platforms are available as open source tool in order for every SME to explore the applicability. This is important. Also, I would like to share with you a recent project we have organized with OAED, the national policy maker in Greece, for the working environment and the labor policy, a hackathon with open results, that every small company could utilize and explore the applicability. Also, we run some other projects with SMEs. I think the society is ready. There is an important digital culture in Greece, and from our side, what we have tried is the democratization of exponential technology. So we are offering a free of charge service to small SMEs, a chatbot solution in order to automate processes, ordering invoices for every sector in society. And I think this is an initiative from our side to have, not for CSR and communication reasons, but for real impact. And we can everyone imagine how this real impact, we need this real impact in case of any crisis in period of COVID, etc. Also, we have supported the last years to support local ecosystems to innovate by delivering, and INNOMSME project with all these results and data could improve our offering in the next years. We have supported the provision of free e-commerce service to every farmer in an interesting municipality in Greece, for Opedio, in Crete. So every farmer, any agricultural entrepreneur has the ability to activate an e-commerce solution. This is the way we and our perspective on how to support local economies. And of course, we have collaborated and utilized knowledge from our German partners to improve our financial technology services. We shared this experience, and also our participation at the European project is very interesting. Unfortunately, the Minister is not here with us. I would like to mention, and I will close my presentation, the support we have from the Ministry of Development and Mr. Dimas, because we run in Greece one of the 12 competence centers that have been funded by the General Secretariat of Research and Innovation. What we are trying to do through the GovHack Innovation Cluster and with the support of collective bodies is to open and improve the procurement processes of the public sector and enable small SMEs that could provide technologies to the public sector to participate at the procurement system. Because everyone knows that the biggest client in Europe, in US, in every country is the public sector. The public sector we can innovate in the public sector, we can transfer solutions from the public sector, the private sector, etc. Thank you all, and we are very happy for our participation in the project. Thank you, Angele, and thank you, Debbie, for the organization of this great event. Thank you all.
Thank you. So this is very useful. It gives us a very micro and applied view of things. Very micro and applied is also going to be the afternoon session, which is going to be more academic and what science tells us about the interplay between competition, innovation, and product markets. But let us now return to the topic of the panel. And I want to start with something that, based on what I've heard so far from the speakers, but introduce a little bit of a doubt, especially as the European economy is coming out of the crisis. Don't forget this. Let us hope that we're coming out of the crisis and we will not stay into this for much longer. If we were really out of the crisis, I guess all of our guests would be with us in Athens here today, and not long distance. But my I don't want to call it fear, my concern is that we are creating, by necessity, some new funding tools that, since they involve public money, they are necessarily at some part bureaucratic, because there has to be accountability and checks and all of those. But if at the same time we are creating these new bureaucracies because of the new funding, aren't we also going the wrong way in what was described before, that we need everything to be simpler and more continuous? How can we have both? How can we at the same time strengthen the finance channels, but without creating national and European bureaucracies and complications? Otherwise, the US and Asia will continue running faster than us. Am I right to have such concerns? Ludger, we can start with you, since you're sitting in Brussels.
Yes. Well, bureaucracy is, of course, an issue where I'm an expert on, so I can talk, with some expertise on that. No, jokes aside, I think you made an absolute valid point. I think Europe is here when it comes to the issue of support for innovative firms, in particular financial support of innovative firms, in a dilemma. As I tried to point out, and other speakers have pointed out, money is not the only issue here, but when it comes to really these high-tech firms, fast-growing firms, they need a lot of finance to grow. And it has to come from somewhere. Various partner regions in the world have different setups. The US has, to put it simple, has Silicon Valley and over a century, sort of almost century, well, decades, developed private equity scene where this kind of finance is pretty much there and is made available. China has, of course, is the extreme opposite, where it's everything steered by the government and so on. Europe is somewhere in the middle, and unfortunately, if you look to the US, we do not have this private equity right now, as we wish we would have. Our goal needs to be, indeed, long term, not to substitute what we are doing in a way now. Private finance by public finance, basically, ad infinitum. But we need to put financial instruments in place now that help to build up equity finance, private finance, so that over time we become ever less reliant on public finance financing startup and scaling up firms. And in that sense, the instruments which I in my presentation quickly flagged, in particular the IPO fund and this SKLI instruments, they are designed in a way to basically act as, yes, public money is put on the line, with all of its sort of problems and risks there. As you said, public finance, there's always this balance to be struck in terms of making it practical, available for firms, and that make it easier, and at the same time provide the due diligence that it is not my money that is spent there, but it's taxpayers' money. So there need to be, of course, a minimum amount of checking and control, which always comes with some form of bureaucracy. And so we are stuck with this at the moment. What we have to do is, when we use these finance instruments, in a way, design it so that the Commission, other public institutions act as anchor investors, do the first step, take the first risk, and then rope in private investors from Europe, but also beyond, to then basically finance the rest. And hopefully over time, this helps to develop also a private sort of financing infrastructure, or basically have it more matured, that eventually we can a bit back out the amount of finance that we are putting in from the public side. You know, that's from a very strategic angle. Right now, I think your concerns are absolutely to the point in terms of what public finance for these firms, but you know, the problems that come with it. But we have, it's right now it's indispensable. And what we are trying to do at the EU level, but hopefully also on the national level, is try to learn from the past. We are not, you know, this is not you. I mean, financing innovation is not something new, and providing financial support for firms is not something new. We have also decades of experience on how to handle it and how to do it more efficiently, in particular, do it with the minimum amount of bureaucracy, in particular for small firms. And we, at least in Brussels, hope to learn from it. And digitalization, to conclude on that point, is key here. And I mean, I tie back to this last presentation on the importance of a competent digitally intelligent public administration. I mean, you can do these kind of vetting and controlling processes that are always involved with support programs today with digital means in a much more efficient way. The provision of data is much easier than 10, 15 years ago, when you know, basically everything had to be copied or written by hand and so on. The instruments, the infrastructure is there. It's not always, unfortunately, used yet in public administrations in the EU, starting from our level down to basically to the local level, as it should be, you know. And therefore, I think part and parcel of this digitalization drive that is very important for SMEs. I think Professor Vögler struck a very important point in saying that digitalization is very closely linked to innovation, and we have a problem here with SMEs in particular, but also digitalization, not of the firms, but of the public administration, is key here to make them more efficient, to adapt these technologies, to make these processes much more efficient. I think if we put an emphasis on that, I think we can at least mitigate a lot of these problems there. Thank you.
Thank you. Reinhilde, your views?
Nikos, I think that's really a very healthy and needed concern that you raised in terms of how to balance all these public finance instruments with also concern about bureaucracy, regulatory burden here. And I think the way to solve that is to make sure that these public finance instruments are really seen as part of a policy mix here. And it should really be complemented with also looking at the whole regulatory agenda here, because of course, incentives for innovating and for investing will be very important, and they will be shaped by the regulatory environment. That's also what our results show in terms of the importance of business regulations, labor market regulations, how important they are to shape the incentives for innovation here, even more so than access to finance. So definitely the regulatory agenda, how to design that best, has to be very complementary to financial instruments. Otherwise, we will never get returns out of this here. I also like to point out that the public finance instruments should also be seen as part of the whole access to finance, and should actually be seen as how can we actually leverage and including also private finance here. So that should be the ultimate objective here. And that brings also, again, how to make sure that you get these private financial financial capital access, and regulating financial markets is also an important dimension for that. So how to make sure that we get the regulatory barriers in the financial markets removed is also important to make sure we leverage the whole private finance access, which in the end is very important as a complement to public finance here. I'd like to also come back to one point that our German colleague raised in terms of the importance of the continuity of policy. And I think that's very important. So that's also important for financial instruments, so that there is a long-term perspective on that, a continuity, but also in terms of regulation as well here. We also saw that in our survey results here, uncertainty is a very important barrier for firms to innovate. And if uncertainty is created by the regulatory uncertainty, that actually complements already or adds on top of the usual business uncertainty that they have to deal with. So continuity of policy is very important. But at the same time, I think we need to be also serious about evaluating our policies here to make sure whether they work or not. Again, to avoid all these bureaucracy barriers as well. And keep on running programs that may not be effective or not. So continuously evaluating these programs and stop if they are needed to be stopped here, or adapt if they are needed to be adopted here. I think that's also a very important point. So yes, continuity, but continuity committed to instruments that do work. So continuous evaluation, I think, is important. I'd like to make the point also in terms of the example of the scale-ups here and access to finance for scale-up, and that you need large amounts of funding for that and dedicated public policy instruments. The more recent evidence with the current financial market positions here show that actually our low interest rates environment that we have now actually has also given a boost to venture capital. And that actually more recently European companies that want to scale up face less barriers to access those global financial markets here, venture capital markets. And I think that really makes the point again how important it is that our instruments, our public policy instruments, really try to leverage as much as possible those private venture capital that's globally available here for scaling up, because it's not only the capital that they provide, but it's also the networks, the access they have to relevant value chains. So they bring in way more than just, and so we need also these access to deep private venture capital here. We have that coming in now. Let's hope that this is not just purely due to the low interest rate environment that may not hold in future here, but that we can actually also use that as an opportunity to build that in more systematically here by looking at supporting those private venture capital markets as well.
Alexander, you want to jump in this, I'm sure?
Yes, I'd like to ask one question to both Ludger and Reinhilde. To what extent do we have to think with respect to research investments more European than we currently do? And what do I mean with that? So we have the common European market. We have, so to say, the opportunity to live everywhere in the European Union. But when we are seriously looking into investments of R&D, it's still on the country level. And most countries decide to put the bulk of their investment into national research institutions, for instance. And the question is, should we think more European in this direction, so to say, create more European research institutions than we have already? I think we don't have too many. And how can we handle this? And because, of course, then also always the question comes up, where shall we locate them? Again, a certain country needs to be chosen, so to say. But on the other hand, I have at least the feeling that a lot of research could gain from a European perspective instead of doing, let's say, kind of competitive research in Germany, in France, in Italy, in Greece. Everybody does her own research, but not having, so to say, bundled research more on the European area.
Actually,
should I?
Before the question starting with Reinhilde, Alexander, if you don't mind, I want to couple your question with one more, which is perhaps due to the necessity of the crisis, we see all European countries supporting their companies in many ways. And many of these ways, they seem they will be with us for a long time. In some sense, bringing back state aid, not through the back door, but through the front door. And state aid may be actually proportional to the financial powers of the state or other powers of the state. So I'm not always arguing for a level playing field, but if we don't have a level playing field now, and I'm not just talking about large firms, I'm talking about these middle of the ground firms that aspire to grow and need to grow. Will these middle of the ground firms in kind of smaller and weaker economies may be at a disadvantage? I don't know, Alexander, if that's a fair complement to your first question. Reinhilde, you want to go first?
Yeah. So do we need to think more European? Of course, particularly also in terms of the single market on all dimensions, in product markets and financial markets and labor markets as well. But your question was more directed, should we also think more in terms of European research institutes here? I do think we definitely need to leverage more the European scale. But I wonder to which extent it should be really through creating European research institutes. I would go more in the direction of making sure we have much better connected research institutes here, because I think that these research institutes also play a very important local hub here. We should not only see these research institutes and universities as, okay, they're going to create the next unicorns or tech startups here, but they're also very important in delivering the skills for the new recruits that they actually are training, and that's very important. Also, local market here. It's also very important for the, as we mentioned, the adopting of latest technologies in other firms as well here. So I do think we definitely need to look at these universities as important parts of local clusters here, but making sure that they can actually really play the European scale wherever that's important. And that's why I think it's way more important to make sure they are connected. And one important dimension of connectedness is the mobility of researchers and of faculty and of students here. And I think that's really very important dimension to make them connected. And it brings me to one other issue that was also raised again by our German colleague in terms of how should we be worried about mobility of researchers and the top researchers would be leaving or not. I think it's very dangerous to see exit of researchers as something negative here. We should really see that within a whole discussion on how to make sure we get that international mobility of researchers and see all these in and outgoing movements much more as a win-win, both for the host as well as for the home institutions here, rather than as seeing we should avoid that they leave here, but make sure that we turn that mobility. And we know that mobility really enhances research quality and outputs and has very positive effect here. Make sure that it's both the host and the home that can actually win on this as well here. So in that respect, I think European, but not necessarily by creating new European institutions, but making sure that the market, the European dimension of the market works by having connectedness and mobility, and particularly mobility of people is very important here to make sure that that's going on. And then, Nikos, your concern about should we avoid, are we now creating new national champions, and would that be quite dangerous? I fully agree that state aid and state aid control is very important to avoid that we're creating national champions. And by the way, it's not only the danger of national champions at the European level that we would be creating European champions. So I think it's really important that we make sure that we have state aid control that ensures that we are not creating champions which are not supported in the longer term here. And there is a bit of danger here, as I see also at the European level. So we have these European projects of common interest, where lots of interest is by companies to be part of this. And often they argue their interest in that is a way looser form of state aid control that they think is associated with these important projects of common interest. But European Commission clearly makes the case that even in these cases, there is still the same kind of control of state aid and whether it's due or not. So in that respect, I do think we have to be keeping our state aid control very central to avoid that all the support that's increasingly going in these new industrial policy initiatives is still fit for purpose.
I guess, Luther,
Yes.
you can have the final word in some sense.
Well, that's nice. No, well, very quickly. I mean, first of all, I can only sort of concur fully with Rangel on this point of better linking existing institutions across the EU, because we have in almost all areas excellent research facilities in the EU. And I don't think there is really a good point to make that would get even better if you would all centralize that. And then an additional point to that, a lot of innovation happens now, of course, in in crossover between different fields. And so material science and electronics and so on. And so it would be just impossible to lump this all together. But what you really need, and I really sort of only concur that, and that's also, of course, of our policy, is to enhance much more the flow of information between pan-European flow of information between the different centers, the exchange or the promotion of joint research projects, the support of the mobility of researchers within the EU. I think that is really the answer to this, more than sort of central institutions. And linked to that, I think, yes, you said, Alexander, that we have the single market and so on. Well, we do have in some areas, but it's by no way complete, And there are some areas, like for instance, data, the flow of data, for instance, where we clearly cannot speak of a single market yet, and yet data is, of course, the currency now of innovation in a lot of areas. And so this is certainly an area where we have to work in a lot more on the European level. Of course, things are going on with the digital market, regulation and so on, to establish there also a common and sort of rules in understanding also how to deal with data, flow of data across the data, how to marry those two objectives in allowing firms to make use of the data and the scalability of the use of the data, while at the same time, of course, guarding and taking into account the interest of privacy and other, of course, societal and political interests related to that data. That is something where we don't have a kind of where the EU as such does not yet exist, you know, where we have to invest way more to allow really, yeah, much better flow of people, of investment also. That is also still an issue there. And of course, the data. I think there we can still have a lot way to do to allow this to you know, to create really a single market and worth of its name. So there's that. And then, of course, the other aspect on state aid, well, yeah, I don't think anyone feels at ease with the fact that right now a lot of the European industry economy is supported in one way or the other by state aid. I think that is something we all know. It's dicey and it's not the way it's supposed to be. And I think we certainly, of course, here in Brussels, clearly the idea is to keep tabs on this and to ensure that, you know, while acknowledging, well, that right now that we live in a situation where you have businesses, we are in a crisis, it's extraordinary, and therefore these ask for more support measures maybe than usual. But I think we clearly are very aware here that the measures that are now in place need to be kept at a minimum, and that also you need to be able to roll back that support as soon as it is possible. I think that has to be certainly on our minds all day. Now, here's a little kind of twist and a little sort of, you know, problem. When it comes to innovation, support for firms of innovation, we know, and the minister has alluded to it, we of course, we live in this international competition. And we do have, of course, we compete with partner regions where there is a heavy support, you know, public support for firms to innovate. And that is, you know, I don't have a perfect answer for it, but that is a dilemma, because on the one hand, if you want to hold up the you know, the idea of a free market and economy throughout the EU, and at the same time you want to ensure the competitiveness, we have to find sort of an answer, sort of a pure laissez-faire, in the sense of, well, look, let the Chinese do whatever they want, and the US and the Department of Defense, and we'll, you know, we just play sort of by the market economy, sort of by the sort of liberal rules. That obviously is too easy an answer. So we have to find ways to support our businesses in innovation, well, to be able to compete, while at the same time not sort of, you know, equating that with keeping the tap of state aid flow wide open. So that's definitely a discussion, ongoing discussion, that we have to have, how best to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Brunhilde, I see a hand.
Yeah, I'd like to come back to indeed this international competition in terms of subsidies here, because I actually wanted to make the same point there too. So that's usually, and certainly in the new industrial policy initiatives that you see in China and the US and in Europe, and that's very often also used as an argument as why in Europe we should actually also be increasing our subsidies too. But in order to avoid to really get into a negative subsidy game, I think what this really would call for is having a state aid control like we have at the EU level, also at the global level here, so that we are sure that actually the subsidies that are going on in the different country areas here are something that still don't disturb the fair competition here. And I see very little going on in that respect here in terms of trying to coordinate, at least at the global level, these whole new industrial policy initiatives here. That will be a way better way of dealing with it, international competition, rather than just making sure that we also enter into the subsidy game here as well, which would be in the end very costly to do. Yeah.
You think that might be realistic?
Yeah, it's pretty difficult within the geopolitical situation we're currently facing here, certainly between the US and China. It's very difficult here. Perhaps at least some kind of coordination between the US and the EU would already help, and that should perhaps hopefully be a bit more feasible here. And I think the EU could actually play in this triad that's really very complicated one, a much more proactive role as well here, and trying to be a bit more the intermediary here and trying to solve.
Okay, so I guess the only remaining order of business is that I should thank people. So starting with Alexander Kritikos for setting up this panel and for the entire collaboration during the project. And of course, Ministers Rachel and Dimas for their remarks and participation. And Hilke and Rutger for bringing excellent insights. And of course, Mr. Karamanolis and Professor Aranitou. I think we managed to highlight many complementary aspects of how innovation is driven by policy in the next period. So we're going to continue with the academic, the scientific part at 4 o'clock for those who want to do that. That's going to be exciting. It's science. So 4 o'clock for that. Alexander, did I forget anything?
No, I don't think so. I also would like to opportunity to say thank you very much for this really great panel, and thank you, Nico, for the joint work over the last 3 years. It also was a great pleasure to work with you and exchange experiences and work together. So thanks to all from the panel for the discussion and the insights, and for joining us in the various ways, hybrid, online, there in Athens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right.
Θα σταματήσουμε το...
Αλέξανδρε, ο Ράχελ δεν ξέρω,
Ναι, να σας πω χαιρετισμούς από το Ράχελ, ξαναμίλησα μαζί του. He sent the message that the third German-Greek program is underway, and he hopes that the next government will finish it. Okay. Λοιπόν, εγώ φεύγω, τα λέμε 4 το απόγευμα. Γεια.
Thank you. Το Bodyguard ήταν τα πιο δημοφιλή πολιτικά θρύλα των τελευταίων ετών.
μπορείς να το κάνεις. Δεν μπορεί να στριμάρει στο YouTube τώρα 2 χρόνια. Ναι, θα ακούγεται. Και θα μας το σβήσουν. Σβήσει το mute. Κάνε mute τουλάχιστον. Mute.
Είναι mute.
Δεν είναι.
Dear all, thank you for your participation. We will start in 10 minutes.
So if anyone, everyone take a seat, and so let's begin with a quarter of delay, but this is when you try to do hybrid things, huh? Both physically works or no?
Yes.
Yes, it works, so it's okay. The combination of physical and online events. So I would like to welcome you to this afternoon's event. Let's say it is the part of today's event that is devoted to some of the research that we have done in the context of the project, but not only that, because apart from the work that the members of the group will present and the papers that will be presented, also we have invited guests and invited scholars from the field that we explore to present their work and have, I hope, a fruitful, a little bit academic, but also policy, I would like to say, discussion. So we have invited, and we are very happy to have with us Mr. George Schiotis, from the Universitat Carlos III, Madrid, to whom I will give the floor, and he will coordinate the presentation. So, George.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Apologies for the delay. Thanks to the organizers to the invitation. It's very nice to be here, talking about innovation. The limited success of what we tried a few years ago, the context of the task force for Greece, tried to organize these debates around innovation policy in Greece. So it's nice to be right here with a series of relevant and policy relevant papers this afternoon. So let us start. The first paper is by Yannis Yotopoulos of the University of Berlin.
So, good afternoon to all. I am Yannis Yotopoulos from the Department of the Economics of the University of Peloponnese. This is a joint work with Vasilis Konstantinou, Alexandra Kodolemu, and Angelos Tsakanikas, and I am going to talk about the human resource practices of high-growth firms in times of crisis. I'd like to note here that recently we have received some minor revisions, some minor comments in the second round revisions from the European Management Review. So this is the outline of the presentation, where first I am going to present the main research questions, the contribution of this work to the relevant literature, and the conceptual background that we use. Next, I will describe briefly the data and the methodology used. And finally, I will present the key empirical findings of this work by discussing some managerial, some implications for large-sized and small-sized high-growth firms. So, the basic issue is to explore whether there is a balance or a trade-off for high-growth firms between their decision to recruit individuals with ex-ante high educational level on the one hand, and their decision to provide formal employee training to improve the skills of their employees on the other hand. What is more, we explore whether there are any differences in the human resource practices between small-sized and large-sized high-growth firms. So, what is the importance of high-growth firms for the economies? A number of studies have recognized that although high-growth firms cover a small part, a small share of the total firm population in the economies, they seem to create the majority of new jobs. Therefore, they act as a contributor, we can say, or a facilitator for economic growth. So, our conceptual background is mainly based on the human capital theory, which is commonly used to analyze the role of external formal education and the training provision, the role that these play in shaping the performance of employees and the performance of firms. To this end, two main types of human capital development have been recognized. The general human capital, in which employee general skills can be developed through formal education, and the firm-specific human capital, according to which training constitutes a common way to develop firm-specific skills and knowledge to employees. So, our contribution, to the best of our knowledge, is threefold to the relevant literature. First, this study emphasizes the role that human capital strategies may play in achieving exceptional growth rates for firms operating in crisis-hit economies. Second, this study advances our knowledge on potential differences in the human resource practices between small and large high-growth firms in times of crisis. Third, it examines jointly two significant human resource practices of high-growth firms, that is, the recruitment of highly or low-educated employees and the provision or the absence of formal employee training. So our data were derived from an extensive two-wave survey, where the first wave was undertaken in 2011, and the second wave was undertaken in 2013 in the midst of the Greek economic crisis. The firms in our sample operate either in manufacturing industries or in service industries. So our final sample contains 1,500 Greek firms that participated in both waves. So in our model, the dependent variable is a binary variable that takes the value of 1 if the firm belongs to the upper higher 10% of the firm growth distribution. This is the empirical rule we use to define a high growth firm in our sample. Therefore, we estimate probit regressions to identify the factors, mainly the human capital factors, that affect the probability for a firm to achieve a high growth performance in times of crisis. Regarding the independent variables, we use the employee human capital in terms of employee training, the tertiary educational attainment of employees holding a university degree, the advanced educational attainment of employees holding a master or a PhD degree. Also, we include the age of employees, the gender of employees, and we control for firm size, firm age, the exporting activity of firms, and the liquidity constraints that firms may face. Finally, we include industry dummies in our analysis. So, in this study, we estimate 3 alternative models based on the growth metric we use. The first model is based on the relative employment growth measured by the logarithmic difference of employment in the examined period per firm. The second model is based on the absolute employment growth measured by simple difference of employment per firm in the examined years, in the crisis years. While the third model is based on the Hertz index, which by construction combines relative and absolute growth metrics. We have to note here that the set of high growth firms based on the relative employment growth is mainly dominated by small-sized firms, while the set of high growth firms based on the absolute employment metric is mainly dominated by large-sized firms. This also holds for the BERTS index, where high-growth firms are dominated by large firms. So this table shows the percentiles of the firm growth distribution in our sample. As we can see in the last column, in order for a firm to be characterized as a high-growth firm in our sample, it must grow at least by 37% in the examined period in relative terms, or by at least 20 employees in absolute terms. So this table shows the main empirical findings of this paper. We give a special emphasis on the employee human capital variables, since these variables lead the main story of this paper. We have to recall here that that small-sized firms, that in Model 1, based on the relative employment growth, small-sized firms are overrepresented in the group of high-growth firms, while in Models 2 and 3, based on the absolute and BERTS metrics, large-sized firms are overrepresented in the group of high-growth firms. So we can see, it seems that the tertiary educational attainment of employees holding a university degree appears to decrease somewhat the probability for a firm to achieve a high-growth performance in times of crisis in all the models examined. On the other hand, advanced educational attainment of employees holding a master or a PhD degree increases somewhat the probability for a firm to achieve a high growth event in the crisis period. On the other hand, we have to say here that advanced educational attainment, this positive correlation, this positive effect holds only in Model 1 for small-sized high-growth firms, while this variable is not significant in Models 2 and 3 for the cases of large high-growth firms. Last but not least, employee training seems to play a positive and significant role in Models 2 and 3 in the cases of large high-growth firms, while this variable is insignificant in Model 1 for the case of small-sized high-growth firms. So our main findings may imply that in crisis periods, large high-growth firms seem to prefer low-educated or unskilled individuals, and then they invest on employee training to improve the skills of the employees. This interesting finding may be explained by the fact that larger high-growth firms may exploit scale economies in training, given the large number of employees to be trained. So in a crisis context, and as a part of a cost-efficient strategy, large firms may prefer to employ individuals with smaller wages and subsequently invest in their training. What is more, larger high-growth firms, in order to reduce the adjustment and search costs and possible employee mobility, may invest in the development of firm-specific human capital through formal training. Also, on the other hand, for the cases of small high-growth firms, our findings imply that in crisis periods, these firms tend to employ individuals with specialized educational attainment, and they do not provide formal employee training after recruitment. In other words, formal training is less likely to be provided by small high-growth firms, perhaps because the cost per employee is too high for them in terms of money and time, especially in crisis times. Further explanation may be the fact that small organizations, due to the liabilities of smallness that they face, may lack training resources and expertise to effectively implement formal employee training. So, to conclude, our main findings reveal two different patterns in the human resource practices used by small-sized and large-sized high-growth firms in times of crisis. The first pattern indicates that large high-growth firms appear to employ less educated individuals and then invest on their training in order to improve their knowledge and skills. The second pattern indicates that small high-growth firms seem to opt for individuals who have specialized advanced educational attainment at the first place, so that to avoid the provision of subsequent formal training. Thank you very much for your attention. Any questions, please?
Right on time, but I will try to shoot it.
Size of the fact that it's a larger, higher firms, hire more unskilled labor, just because they're employing more and more employees, and therefore the share.
Angela, sorry to interrupt. Could you give her the microphone? We cannot hear her.
Yes, because we have the online participants, so yeah. Yes, we have to start again.
So can you hear me?
Now it's okay, Alexander? Yes.
Perfect.
I was wondering whether the fact that the large fiber firms employ more unskilled workers.
Sorry, the microphone is not working.
Really loud.
I was wondering whether the fact that you find that unskilled workers are more relevant for high growth firms could be due to the sheer size of these firms, in the sense that they're growing, and for that reason the share of unskilled workers is larger, or also could be due to product diversification, for example. So they're expanding, and so the operation, they need more R&D or more specialization in comparison reduces. Therefore, they have. I was just wondering if you. That's a possibility.
A correct point. Yes, large high growth firms. I have to note that. These firms are overrepresented in the group of high growth firms for the case of the absolute employment growth metric. In our model, the independent variables have been included for the first year of the examined period. So we see in the first period, we observe the characteristics of human capital strategies, the human capital strategies of firms in the first year of the exam period. And then we measure the high growth performance after 2 years of this firm. So the initial year of our analysis, in the initial year, we know if the firms offer in this first year training practices or prefer unskilled employees. And then they record if these firms achieve to grow fast. Yeah.
very nice presentation. I really enjoyed it. One question and one suggestion maybe for further research down the road. So, as a question, why you use the absolute number of employees with tertiary education, not the percentage of employees with tertiary education to the total employment? This size effect then would be a little bit more perhaps moderated. And as a further research direction, because I really like the topic, I would, an idea popped in my head, what if you have the data of the employer's educational attainment, and you could actually construct a measure of cognitive distance in terms of formal education between employees and see the exact same things, but with if. So that's.
Okay, thank you for your comments, but unfortunately we have no data available for information available on the founders. Okay, perhaps in other surveys we can take into account this comment, this good idea. So, regarding your question, the independent variables as regards the educational attainment of employees, this variable is measured by the percentage, by the share of employees that hold a university degree. Okay, and we have another further variable regarding the share of employees holding a PhD. We follow this practice, the paper of Code et al., published in the Industrial and Corporate Change. And so we follow this practice.
I have just make the comments, we can discuss it afterwards. What about reverse utilization? Here you have growth of employment, which is caused by the type of employees that they have. Will you go the other way around? That is to say,
possible endogeneity issues.
Reverse causality issues. The other thing, I think is linked to one comment that was made, specialization. I think this is something, if you still have the opportunity to add to the paper. Small firms cannot specialize. One guy has to do many things. Large firms can afford to specialize in division of labor. The results will go into that. One last thing, dynamics. You have 2 points in time, so you cannot do much, but it would be very interesting to know what happened in 2013, conditional on what has happened. Let's leave it there for, except if you want to react, because I'm abusing my position as chair.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Regarding the possible heterogeneity issue, yes, may be a problem in this analysis, but we have to see that high growth firms do not hire, based on our findings, high educated employees. They prefer low educated. So I am thinking that a possible causality problem, maybe bias, maybe arise if in the case that the findings reveal that high growth firms hire high educated employees with a high educational level, but this is not the case in our analysis. But maybe we can consider this with a 2SLS question estimation And we can test for possible endogeneity, and we can see if our findings change. We can see if our findings are robust by the logic not to take into account the endogeneity is the fact that high growth firms do not prefer high educated employees. So they prefer low educated. So we can see that low education helps high growth firms, and then someone could say that high growth firms prefer low educated employees. I don't know if this makes sense in a theoretical context. So this is the reason why we do not take it into account. But we can try to have further estimations on this.
There are no further questions. We have the next paper. Emilia,
industries and resilience.
Here with your presentation. Thank you. Give us a second. This one, right? Yes. We're okay. Make the slides loading. Let me make the sharing with the Zoom in order to start. Okay, we can start.
Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. It's very nice to be here this evening. My presentation has to do with the joint research work with Alexandra Kodolomou and Yannis Kalogiru, and has to do with creative industries and resilience in times of crisis. We're trying to see the role of firm and entrepreneurial team characteristics on the resilience capacity of creative firms. So although creative industries have been attracting a lot of attention, especially the last few decades, due to the fact mainly that they have been found to impact the real economy, both in terms of direct and indirect impact, in terms of employment, in terms of growth, and in terms of innovation. The way creative entrepreneurs respond to economic downturns is rather under-researched, and the firm-level evidence from European countries seems to be particularly limited. A renewed interest in these type of industries has been surged during the global economic crisis of 2008, because it has been found that these industries exhibited a large resilience capacity than other economic sectors. So this paper is based on systematic case study research in 3 waves. We have done in-depth interviews with the founders of 19 Greek young firms, trying to identify firm and entrepreneurial team characteristics that may be helpful in building resilience under adverse economic conditions. We have 3 waves. The first wave of the case study work was conducted in 2014, that is in the midst of Greek economic crisis, then in 2017, where still the Greek economy was under economic stress, but of course some signs of recovery were in the horizon, and then again after a 3-year time interval in 2020, where the last wave was undertaken during the COVID-19 pandemic crisis. Just to give you an overview of the Greek creative industries sector, the first attempts to measure the economic output of the creative industry sector in Greece, and most importantly, the development of relevant policies, is relatively recent, I would say very recent. Based on our last available data, which are 2014, CS accounted for 3.2% of total employment and 1.4% of GDP. However, during the period 2008 and 2014, they have experienced a large decrease in added value, in employment, and also in the number of enterprises. There has been a particularly unbalanced distribution of these industries in the two large urban country areas, that is Athens and Thessaloniki. However, despite the employment decrease during the crisis, these industries have seen a rise in the numbers of self-employed and the creative collectives. Some recovery signs were present in 2014, and we have seen annual turnover of this sector growing in 2016. However, the COVID-19 pandemic crisis in early 2020 actually sharply reversed these positive trends, especially in arts and in entertainment and recreation industries, where we had also 2 national lockdowns with a great effect, especially in these industries. Defining firm resilience, I would start by saying that there is no common or straightforward definition of resilience in the creative industries. Resilience has been, at least implicitly, interpreted and measured as firm survival, vitality, adaptability, sustainability, and so on. There are really few studies which attempt to conceptualize the resilience in the creative industries. You can see them here. The one focuses on micro firms, very small firms in the creative industries, and talks about micro resilience. And the other one is actually adopting our open social interpretation of resilience in the context, more or less, of cultural industries. Furthermore, related empirical evidence employs common performance indicators in order to assess and measure the resilience capacity in these industries. Such measures are employment growth, turnover and value added, and also is a study in Portugal, which actually uses dynamic demographics. The present study employs the notion of resilience to examine the extent to which the firms in these industries actually weather economic downturns. We give special emphasis on specific characteristics of the entrepreneurial team, and also characteristics of the firm itself, firm-specific characteristics. All information used is collected by studying firms during the crisis period, that is, when the crisis actually occurs. And following existing studies, but also based on the data that we managed to collect through the case study work, firm resilience is primarily evaluated in terms of firm survival, employment growth, and sales growth. This is our theoretical framework. You can see here firm characteristics, the firm characteristics that we try to measure, to assess. Entrepreneurial team characteristics, on the other hand, were based very much on information received by the founders, and contrary to previous paper. We assume that these two kinds of characteristics, entrepreneurial team characteristics and firm characteristics, actually shape the adaptability and the flexibility of firms and help them to acquire some kind of resilience based as survival and employment and sales growth. A few words about the research design that we adopted. Qualitative research design, of course, we developed a case study protocol. This protocol was actually a semi-structured questionnaire, and we had in-depth interviews with company founders in person. At least in the first two ways. We sampled young firms, companies less than 10 years of age, both in traditional and younger sectors. Here you can see the three waves of research that I described before. The main case study work, 2014, the second wave, 2017, to find out whether firms have survived in an environment of actually continuing economic crisis. And then the third wave to provide information on firms' viability and resilience patterns during the COVID-19 pandemic. And data collection was complemented by data collected from secondary sources, websites, competitions, founder interviews, so on. We did a systematic within-case and across-case analysis to compare data, to analyze our data. And also complemented them with data collected from secondary sources in order to draw conclusions. Here you can see the distribution of our sample by industry and specific activity. You can see we had 4 different activities. Computer games, architectural activities, specialized design activities, and advertising agencies specializing in branding and communication design, in total 19 firms. Some first results in order to understand what kind of firms and what kind of characteristics they had. Average firm age 5 years. 1/3 of our firms were established between 2011 and 2012, and this is important because they were actually established during the financial crisis. The majority of firms who decided to do this were actually export-oriented and born global right from the first minute. We're talking here about mostly micro firms. You can imagine that more than half of them have no employees besides founders. However, they employ people on a project basis across all the different 4 industries. So they have an adaptable workforce which allows them to be quite flexible. Their small firm size also allows them to develop and create new business models easily. The adoption of digital technologies appears to be a priority across sectors, and some firms were very quick to adapt to remote working practices and not disrupt their activities, at least during the first lockdown in Greece. And although the demand of products, of course, was influenced both by the Greek economic crisis and the pandemic, they have appeared to be quite flexible in terms of new opportunities related to the fact that they have a diverse basis of customers, different product types, and the symbolic value of creative goods and services. Some results about the entrepreneurial team characteristics. The primary motivation for setting up their businesses was the fact that they wanted to realize their own ideas and express their creative skills and so on. A key motivating factor in some of the industries, especially architecture, branding, communication design, and product design studios, was the fact that they wanted to shape their community's artistic and creative value. Financial gain was not a main priority, and company growth was persuaded in a quite controlled and attentive way. They didn't want to sacrifice quality, artistic flair, or creative identity. Very quickly, some results about the entrepreneurial team. Well-educated founders, strong link between founders' studies and firm establishment. The grand majority of founders have previous professional experience, and a large part of them have gained significant experience abroad. Entrepreneurial skills have proved very essential, very important to firm survival and growth, and founding teams with heterogeneous expertise are more capable of achieving firm survival and growth. Very, very quickly, firm resilience patterns during the the two first waves, 2017, 2014, all firms survived. A large number of them had, 12 of them have experienced some sales growth. 3 of them actually were quite pessimistic about their future. Resilience patterns between 2019 and 2020. Here we can also see that a large part of firms have managed to have a small sales growth decrease, or a sales growth, but there is also a significant number of firms which also had a very negative sales growth. So the pandemic seems to have had an impact on them. Conclusions. Sample firms, with few exceptions, appear to be resilient in the long-term economic crisis, despite there is a large sector heterogeneity in these industries. However, small firm size and increased interaction with technology allow these firms to adapt quickly. Creative expertise is a crucial, intangible asset in the production process of these industries, and skilled and specialized professionals, both in the side of the founders, but also in terms of employees, even those employees that are hired on a project basis, form actually the basis for sector performance and productivity. However, there is a need for a strong entrepreneurial team incorporating heterogeneous skills and expertise to guide them forward. And we have found that highly internationalized teams with extensive working and studying abroad, also combining effectively creative expertise with managerial and marketing expertise, they had been more adaptable, more flexible, and their companies exhibited more, yes, I'm finishing. Although the COVID-19 pandemic crisis caused significant disruption to firm activities, again, small size, limited infrastructure, because we're talking here about service firms, very small service firms, knowledge-intensive firms. Diversifying projects and clients and remote working culture are again significant factors for resilience. Despite exhibiting resilience, of course, Greek CIs have been experiencing significant challenges and increased uncertainty due to the pandemic. And in this context, it is imperative that policymakers identify the need to define the sector's scope and coverage, recognize its relevance to the economy, and create a common ground for the sector's voice and action, develop a clearly articulated institutional policy framework, and create a dynamic network for improved business communication within the sector and with the sector and other industries, because the impact of these industries to other industries such as manufacturing can be large. Of course, our research suffers from several research limitations. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for taking up more time.
It was really interesting, and I think it's a really promising line of research. I really enjoyed it. Mine is not really like a remark, rather a comment, and I'd like to ask you to reflect on something. So, what do you think, to what extent do you think that the resilience of these companies during such a hard time is due to the fact that they have such a flexible work arrangement in the sense that they have contract workers and freelance workers?
It has been pivotal in some cases because they have been able to very quickly adapt to changing circumstances, changing demand. They even change the business models a bit in order to survive. So they have been very, very flexible in these terms. I think it's pivotal. And a trend that we have seen not only in Greece but also in other in the creative sector abroad during the crisis, the global economic crisis, was that even because we're talking here about micro enterprises, even the let's say the type of the company has quickly changed. I mean, people were actually very easily moved to self-employment. We're talking here about very small firms, so and yes, and the
because I think that the idea of it's like more a discussion, but I think that there could be some merit in looking in general. I'm not just saying with big data, but in general, it would be, I think, important to look into the role of freelancing employment during the time of COVID. And I think that your data could be, one could use on your data exactly on this. I don't know. Maybe 19 companies could be not enough, but in any case, it convinced me, so I think.
Yes, COVID changed working practices, but you have to have in mind that we're talking here about a special, let's say, a special category of firms which employ people on a project basis, and this is the way they work. Architectural firms, design firms, even firms in the video games, and across the sector, they work this way. So this is a work practice that they used to have before.
That is why they use, I guess that is why they show the resilience. It's not from a manufacturing company, but they have these strict rules. So, but this means at the same time that manufacturing companies cannot really adopt such a strategy because there is a process there and you have to have this production line. So it's not easy to work from home when you have a manufacturing.
But there are some functions in the plant manufacturing company. I'm sure that there's some operations that could be freelancing contract out, such as, I don't know, for example, the graphic designer of a manufacturing company, but even some R&D or some well, not any, but some parts of less traditional, like a less more traditional company could be.
This can be done, but
this is not something that trade unions would like.
I mean, for me, this study, like, make my mind go and think in places and thinking how maybe the role of contract workers and freelance workers could be had a pivotal role in the crisis.
Okay.
I have a question too. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what I would like to know, I don't know whether I missed it or not. So if they survive and are resilient, what does it mean to survive? Did they survive on their own? So as I understand, you talked to them. Did they survive on their own based on their business? Or did they survive because they had external finance, whether that was help from family, siblings, friends, whatever? So I think that is important to understand the story, whether that is survival based on their own business model, although it changed over time, or whether it's survival because they had other forms of financing their life.
No, they had no other forms of finance, and there were some firms, actually 3 firms didn't manage to survive. And although they had funding, one of them was in the video games industry, and although they had funding from VCs, they didn't manage to survive, and they didn't manage to survive because they didn't actually invest the money wisely. That's what they told us. I mean, they invested again in technology and not in marketing. So this was crucial. And the fact is that they didn't manage it, although they had external funding. As far as I know, from the three rounds, the 3 waves of the research work that we've done, they had no extra funding from siblings or no.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we can move to the next paper.
There isn't a question.
Thank you for your presentation. Did you observe some differences in the speed of the residents, in the speed of the response of the examining firms? It's an important issue to identify the speed that firms may react in crisis times. Information about maybe issue to be expanded, examined in the further research.
Speed in the response of the
The
firms?
speed, yes. Regarding about the research, these firms, these leadership firms, have different speed of the decisions to respond to the crisis.
This is a fact that we haven't actually asked for.
Okay.
So we don't have data on this. Thank you.
Alexander, the floor is yours. Please turn on your mic. Alexander? Yeah. Your microphone.
Please unmute yourself. This is the common statement of COVID-19 era.
Now it works. Sorry. So you can see my screen, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, thanks for having me. I'd like to present today a joint work with David Aldrich and Alexander Kritikos on microfirms and innovation in the service sector. And I will jump right ahead since, oh, Jesus. Yeah, so let me start with saying that we, of course, have plenty of evidence that innovation is good for firms, so they benefit from that. We heard it this morning, they are more profitable, they grow faster, and of course, they become more productive and more competitiveness. What we also know from the literature is that there is this positive link between firm size and to some degree age on the one hand, and innovation input, innovation output, and productivity on the other hand, for various reasons. And in a nutshell, essentially, the larger you are, the more likely is it that you engage in R&D activities, that you will have an innovation and that you will profit from that in terms of a higher productivity. That said, a lot of that evidence is based from industries, from manufacturing firms, and there is limited evidence on this triad relationship that just talked about for the non-manufacturing sector. And what we found in the literature, what one should look at is that, for instance, there's still inconclusive evidence regarding the link between firm size, age, what I just talked about in innovation input, innovation output, and productivity. Microfirms are usually not studied, at least in the non-manufacturing context, and we have limited causal evidence. And we are trying to address this when we look at the knowledge-intensive service firms in Germany. Knowledge-intensive services, this is, for instance, information and communication services, scientific and technical services, these kind of things. And they have become pretty important in all of our economies, including Germany, that is still heavily relying on manufacturing. I mean, here still 20% of the GDP was produced by manufacturing in 2020, but these knowledge-intensive services already create 23% of GDP. And we know they grow faster, they employ more people, they have a higher startup activity, or in this field is a higher startup activity. So they are really vital for the economies, not just in Germany, throughout Europe. And what we also know is that they rely much more on microfirms, which means, I mean, microfirms are always, in terms of pure number, they always dominate industries, even in the manufacturing in Germany. But in knowledge services, like 90% of all the firms have less than 10 employees. And what's more important, they even employ more people. So in total, more people work in microfirms in the knowledge intensive services than they work in large firms. And this is, for instance, completely different to what we see in manufacturing. And given what we know from the literature, and given this, what we know from knowledge-intensive service firms and the importance of microfirms, what we ask in our research and what we look at is, firstly, to what extent do firms in knowledge-intensive services innovate without formal R&D processes? We know that happens in the R&D, in the manufacturing industry, and we would like to see and know whether this is the case, not only the case also in knowledge-intensive service firms, but also whether that is much more important in knowledge-intensive service firms. The other thing is that we have this relationship between innovation output, innovation input, output, and productivity that is well established for the manufacturing sector, but we still don't know whether that triad relationship really works the same way in services. And finally, and maybe most importantly, we want to know whether the size is a burden in knowledge-intensive services as well. So is it that small firms are less likely to engage in innovation activities? Is it also in services that small firms are not as likely to innovate and to transform innovation input, namely R&D, into innovation output? So this is, or these are the questions we are going to look at in our study. And we apply, for answering these questions, we apply the CDM model. I'd say that's the workhorse model in innovation literature established by Crowdpolicy et al. In 1998. We use a version that was proposed by Marais in 2005 for dichotomous R&D variables. So I don't want to spend too much time on that. The basic idea is, in the first step, you analyze what drives the decision to engage in R&D activities. How likely is it that a firm will engage in R&D activities? And for us, of course, it is important to know what happens, for instance, or whether there's a difference between small, micro, and large firms. Then in the next step, you go on and say, okay, given that a firm is doing R&D or not, how likely is it that it is going to have an innovation, right? Because we have a couple of firms that always innovate without any R&D. So you not only look at R&D, you also look at something like, do they train their people? How high is the share of high-skilled workers? These kind of things. And then in the last step, you analyze, given that a firm is innovating, does it profit from it in terms of a higher labor productivity? And this is a standard sales production function. The thing is, where we deviate from the literature so far is the standard CDM model sees that this last step is estimated usually with an OLS, which is problematic if you think about the entire productivity literature, which is showing already essentially since 1944 that we have an endogeneity issue if we estimate a production function with OLS, simply because TFP, which is this omega here, is never observed, and it is of course correlated with all the input coefficients, with all the inputs. We, and I will not talk about it here, but it's in the paper, we modify the CDM model by replacing the standard third step of the CDM model by using the Ackerbeck case and Fraser approach that allows us to solve this indigeneity issue and to have causal inferences on our results in the last step as well. Now, we use data from the IOBE establishment panel to do the analysis. That is an annual survey with about 16,000 establishments in Germany. It is conducted by the German Federal Employment Agency. I think the most important things I should tell you about this data for our analysis is that, firstly, we focus only on information services and scientific and technical services. So we do not look at the health sector, for instance, simply because it's completely driven by the state, essentially. The second thing is we could only look at firms from 1 to 249 employees. The good thing is we have very micro firms, so firms with 1 or 2 or 3 employees, but we don't have the very large firms. Nevertheless, we have firms up to 249 employees. And the most important thing is we do really see whether a firm engaged in R&D activities and whether later on there was an innovation. And the problem so far in the innovation literature was that it was usually based on CIS data, which is available for all countries. But the problem here is you ask a firm, was there an innovation in the last 3 years, without asking which year? You just know there was some innovation or not in the last 3 years. And then you ask the firm, okay, did you do R&D today, right? So in T0, which means that usually when we conduct analysis based on this kind of data, we have to imply the assumption that today's R&D is explaining past innovations. And the good thing with our data is we don't need to do that. So that's really maybe not unique, but one of the few papers that can do that. Which brings me to the first question that we had is, and you see here, the first column here is manufacturing. What is the difference? What is the delta between the share of firms that engage in R&D and the innovators? And you see in manufacturing, about 30% of the firms have an innovation, but don't do R&D, right? And surprisingly, the delta, although at a lower level, is almost the same in knowledge-intensive services, which is the second column here. So while we have like 20% of the firms doing R&D, again, 50%, almost 50% are innovators. So we actually expected that there would be a larger delta, but no, it's not. And that was an interesting finding so far. The other thing I wanted to point out that, of course, knowledge-intensive services rely much more on highly skilled employees that you can see down here than manufacturing firms. Given the time, let's jump to the first result table. What you see here is the estimation that is a probit from the first step, where we see how likely it is, what determines the likelihood of engaging in R&D, right? And for manufacturing, again, the first column here, we see exactly what we wanted to see because it confirms what we see in the literature, and so it confirms that our data tell us the same story, and that is, and the reference group here is 50 to 149 employees. So that means the lower or the smaller you are, the less likely it is that you will engage in R&D activities for manufacturing, which is great. That tells us our data tell us the same story like all of the literature. But when we then look at knowledge-intensive services, we see, well, there is no significant difference between the large firms or larger firms and say firms with 6 or 10 or 15 employees, right? So that is an interesting finding because it tells us size is not as much of a burden in knowledge-intensive services as it is in manufacturing. The other thing that was a little, we expected that, but it is nice to see that the younger you are, the more likely it is that you will engage in knowledge-intensive in R&D activities as a firm in knowledge-intensive services. So given that we now know what determines R&D engagement, we can see, does it lead to innovate? does it lead to innovation? So this is the knowledge production function, the second stage of the CDM model. And first things first, yes, if you are a firm that is doing R&D, you will, whether you are a manufacturing firm or a firm in knowledge-intensive services, you will be more likely to innovate. That sounds strange that this is a finding, but essentially that tells us that even if we help small firms, and you see that here in the last column, to do R&D, they will more likely be also innovators, right? And the other thing is, again, the size burden. We have the size burden again in manufacturing. The smaller you are, the less likely you will have an innovation, even if you do R&D, right? And even if you train your people, and even if you high-skilled workers, the smaller you are, the less likely is you will have an innovation. While in knowledge-intensive services, that's not the case, except for the very small firms here, which is a good news, right? But I will come back to that in a second. The other thing that was striking to us was this variable here that was significant. So the very young firms. And when you look at the size groups and look at the last column here, which is the very small firms, the micro firms, it is obviously the case that very young micro firms have a higher likelihood to, so essentially startups, right, have a higher likelihood to innovate compared to other micro firms, and given all other variables, R&D engagement, skilled workers, and so on and so forth. So it's the young micro firms that are really able to create innovations. Which brings me to the last step. So here, that's the production function. Don't get confused with the negative coefficients that need to be the case if we keep labor in the production function and estimate a labor productivity or production function with labor productivity as dependent variable, and given that we don't impose the restrictive assumption of constant returns to scale. So that's fine. And all the other variables look fine as well, except for capital in knowledge-intensive services. So capital plays no role in the production process of micro firms and knowledge-intensive services. When it comes to the predicted probability to innovate, yes. So essentially the story is, if you do R&D, then you're more likely to innovate. And yes, you will benefit regardless of size from that innovation in terms of higher productivity, even the very small firms, the micro firms, as you can see in the last column. Okay, I think I'm still good on time. So what do we see? We see that a smaller share of firms in knowledge-intensive services formally invest in R&D than in manufacturing, but the delta is identical. So there they are similar. Then the other thing is that the probability to engage in R&D is that larger firms and small firms have the same probability to engage in R&D and have the same ability to transform innovation input to innovation output. And so smallness is not as much of a burden for innovative performance in knowledge-intensive services. And the link that we saw in manufacturing between innovation input, innovation output, and productivity also holds for knowledge-intensive services. The other thing I'd like to say as a conclusion, because that's just a summary, is what do we learn from this results? Well, I mean, even in Germany, we had this idea, and we talked about it this morning, that we have large national champions and so on. But our results actually confirm that you do not necessarily need large firms to achieve innovation and economic growth. And that is an important finding, and means that economic policy should not only focus on the large firms in order to achieve growth and innovation and create jobs, but that it should have an eye on the small firms, even at the micro firms. And the other thing, any sweeping support for R&D and innovation across all types of firms will most likely be less efficient than any targeted support. Because what does it mean? Well, I mean, even in Germany now we have tax credits, and if they are too formal, so if they, for instance, link to R&D personnel, or that you have an R&D department or anything like that, you will lose a lot of firms. And we just saw that in the data, right? And we also saw that size matters in manufacturing more than in knowledge-intensive services. So programs maybe should be tailor-made for smaller firms in manufacturing, while size itself in knowledge-intensive services is less relevant, and there we should really just push people to do R&D and to do and to innovate. Yeah, that's about it. And thanks for your attention, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexander. Questions?
Hi, Alexander. Interesting presentation, and actually my comment relates to your very last point about tailoring policies to different types of group of firms. And I was wondering, wouldn't you think it's a little unfair to compare knowledge-intensive services with just a few sectors with manufacturing? Manufacturing sectors ranges from the production of food and beverages to chemicals and nanoelectronics. So you're comparing very few sectors to something really, really big. That's why I say this relates to the fact that one of your policy implications was to tailor the policies for ING. Would you think that maybe if you compare, for example, knowledge-intensive services with high-tech or medium to high-tech manufacturing, that could give us a better insight on how to reflection, but yeah.
So to some extent, we control for that because we have essentially industry dummies, of course, in the estimations. So we, effects that come from being part of a, say, high-tech industry, say C21, which is pharma, or C26, which is the electronics. We control for that. And then regarding this comparing, so I see the point with the technological part. Regarding the size, we don't have the big firms in manufacturing in our data set. So really, we compare and we control for it at every stage, firms of different sizes, firms of equal sizes when we do the estimations. But I see the point, and thanks for that, that, as an additional estimation, one could think about having just, high-tech firms within the estimation for manufacturing. Does that address your point? I can't see you, so I don't know whether you disagree or agree or something.
Yeah, I do. I knew you have control for manufacturing sectors. I didn't mention that you would have control for that. It wasn't the point. My point was indeed from because of their policy implications. I thought that the policy implications would have been stronger if you had, sliced up the manufacturing sectors. That's all. I knew that you compared companies of similar sizes, but the different companies, manufacturing can be anything. Again, I'm pretty sure that you are very small, especially in this, I don't know, ICT or ICT service, but nanoelectronics, they're really small companies. It's an engineer that just got his PhD and does a microchip, and maybe it's a small company. It could be compared to the knowledge-intensive service.
Okay. Yeah, I take your point. Maybe last thing on that, we of course have very, very small firms, and they dominate in terms of numbers, of course, also in the manufacturing sector, at least in our data set, since they make up 60% of all firms in the manufacturing as well. So, but what?
You didn't say anything, you can continue.
There was just a noise.
Okay. Any further questions, comments?
There's one more question.
Hi, I know you don't see me, so I'm going to introduce myself just to know who's talking to you.
Thanks.
My name is DIW Berlin. I'm assistant professor at Athens University of Economics and Business. I really liked your presentation, and I was wondering whether you have information to distinguish external from internal R&D, as to see whether make or buy decisions burden differently your sample.
Thanks. That's a great question. As the one before, sorry. We would love to have that. We don't have it in the data. I'm sorry. And I think it might make a difference whether you buy or essentially you don't buy it, right? You outsource, and that is part of. I mean, we have M68, which is the scientific and research section where we have a lot of firms doing R&D as a contractor, and they of course can rely on being specialized. So it might make a difference, and I would love to see whether it would, but unfortunately I can't, given the data that we have.
No further questions. Thank you very much, Alexander. Caroline, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Yeah. I will share my screen. Okay, so I will present a paper entitled The Productivity Puzzle in Business Services, and it is joint work with Alexander Kritikos and Alexander Schirsch, just presented. And the starting point of our paper is the observation that we have a global decline of labor productivity growth in many industrialized countries, which is a central puzzle for many scholars. So there's quite some literature on this issue, and there are also many different explanations proposed, but there's no real certainty on the causes of this global decline of labor productivity growth. And when looking at this problem, we realize that there's actually one sector, professional services, that stands out. Because here we do not only have a declining productivity growth, but we have, so we do not only have stagnation, but actually we have a decline in labor productivity, so negative productivity growth in many European countries. So here I show you a graph with Eurostat data for different European countries and the evolution of labor productivity since 1995. And Germany is a red line. So in Germany, labor productivity in professional services declined by about 40% since 1995. And Greece is a brown line. And so here we have the same pattern. So in Greece, labor productivity in professional services declined by almost 50%. So it cut half within 10 years, so between 2007 and 2017. And it's not only Germany and Greece, but it's also Luxembourg, Italy, Finland. So there are quite some countries who actually face this problem. And there's surprisingly little research on it. So we looked extensively for papers, but no one really seemed to have realized this issue, or there's no real discussion about it. But why should we take a closer look at it? Because this productivity decline of professional services has direct implications for aggregate productivity growth of the country. So the first channel is quite obvious. So aggregate productivity growth is an employment-weighted average of labor productivity growth in all industries. So if one industry performs badly, then this somehow depresses aggregate productivity growth. And so we did the calculations for Germany, and we can show that the productivity decline in professional services reduced the growth potential of the overall economy by 13% since 1995. And so this is a direct channel, but there's also an indirect channel, because professional services are a very important supply industry. So in Germany, it's the second most important industry after manufacturing to provide intermediate services to the rest of the economy. And if productivity in professional services goes down, And this could have the effect that either the quality of the products deteriorates or the products become more expensive. And so this then affects, and this has repercussions on the other industries because the outputs of professional services are the inputs of the other industries. And so going one step back, what are actually professional services? They are formally called professional, scientific, and technical activities. It's NACE Section M. And they comprise quite a variety of professions. So we have lawyers here, consultants, architects, engineers, advertisers, commercial R&D, so many self-employed persons also. And it's the fourth largest sector in the EU15 in terms of value added. And since the millennium, we observed a very strong employment growth. There's little competition from abroad, but in Germany, we have very high entry rates from domestic firms since the 1990s. And most of the entrants were small and micro-sized firms. And in general, we have a very high proportion of small and micro-sized firms in the sector. So as I said earlier, we have a lot of self-employed persons, for example. And so our research question obviously is how can we explain this dramatic decline in labor productivity and professional services? To what extent has the production process in the sector changed over time? And what is the role of small and micro-sized firms? And to investigate this issue, we used official German data at different levels of application. So we mostly use firm level data from an annual representative survey conducted by the Federal Statistical Office. And this firm level data is then projected by the Federal Statistical Office to the industry and sector level and published in the national accounts. And we partially also use this data from the national accounts, but it's all based on the same firm level data stemming from these official surveys. And so first we studied the role of micro and small sized firms, because as I said earlier, the number of firms increased quite a lot in the sector since the 1990s. And most of these new entrants were micro and small sized firms. So one could argue that the negative effect on aggregate productivity growth might come through the inherently lower productivity level among micro and small sized firms. And here I show you a graph to convince you that we indeed have this productivity dispersion between size classes. So the black dashed line is the productivity level of the large firms. And the blue solid line is the productivity level of the micro-sized firms. And the large firms have a labor productivity which is almost twice as high as the productivity level of the micro firms. So we indeed have this kind of dispersion. And so now to study the contribution of micro and small-sized firms to labor productivity growth, we decomposed labor productivity growth between 2004 and 2017 according to size. So on the one hand, we have the micro and small-sized firms, and on the other hand, we have the medium and large-sized firms. And first, in the first row, you can see that labor productivity growth in both size groups was negative. So it decreased both among micro and small-sized firms and medium and large-sized firms. But the between effect in the second row is actually positive, meaning that the changes in the firm population had a positive effect on productivity growth. So how can that be? Well, the fact is that although many micro and small-sized firms entered the market, there were also some large firms entering the market. And the large firms, they hire proportionally more people than small firms, so that there was an overall labor force reallocation from micro and small firms to large firms. And since the large firms have a higher average productivity level, the between size effect was positive. So to wrap up, the massive entry of micro-sized firms did not cause the productivity decline. And the next hypothesis that we checked were changes in the production process. So here we focused on vertical disintegration. And to do this, we compare two measures of labor productivity. On the one hand, we use a traditional measure, which is value added per employee. It's here depicted in the solid line. And on the other hand, we plotted the evolution of gross production value per employee, which is essentially sales per employee. And you can see that both measures decline. but value added per employee decreases about twice as much as sales per employees. And so what does it mean? So apparently we observed that vertical disintegration without adjustment of the labor force explains about half of the productivity loss since 1995. And so to give you more intuition on this development, it means that the firms increasingly used intermediate goods and services, but they did not adjust their labor force accordingly. So you would assume that if the firms use more intermediate goods and services and they reduce their own internal staff, but they didn't do this. And this is what then caused the productivity loss. So this is the first observation. And the second observation that emerges from the previous graph is that also sales per employees are decreasing. And so we already purged sales per employees from any price effect. So it means, or it suggests, that physical output by employee has decreased. And well, this is very difficult to conceive. So does it mean that lawyers or consultants have become more lazy? No, we think that actually this points to, or this can be interpreted as an increasing complexity of tasks that might create additional workload. And for example, this could come through increased government regulation. If you are an engineer and you want to build a bridge and environmental regulation has increased, and it might take you more time to build this bridge. So it creates additional workload while the output, the bridge, stays the same. But there are also developments that are unrelated to government intervention, like digitization and the internet age, that could also create additional workload because, so on the one hand, software should not ideally speed up your production process, but on the other hand, especially if you're a bit larger firm, then you also need an IT department to look after your IT infrastructure. And if you have a website, you need someone to set up this website, maybe also to look after your social media account. So all this comes on top of your normal work, and you have to employ people to do this. And so unfortunately, we do not have any empirical data on this. So this is just a hypothesis that we suggest to explain this development. But we think that it would be very interesting to go deeper into that issue. And just for completeness, so we also check many other causes or potential causes for this development. So for example, we also looked at part-time work, because the official statistics, they measure labor productivity and value added per number of employees. And at the same time, we know that part-time work in professional services nearly doubled between 2008 and 2017. And we find that indeed, these changes in the workforce composition, they explain about 5 percentage points of the measured productivity decline, but it's only a small fraction. So the overall productivity decline was 37 percentage points between 1995 and 2017. So this explains something, but not much. And another hypothesis that we checked was whether declining competitive pressure would have allowed unproductive firms to stay in the market or reduce incentives to eliminate slack in production, but we did not find any evidence for this. So first of all, there were various policy measures undertaken by the EU Commission and by the national government in favor of competition. And we indeed find in the empirical analysis that competitive pressure as measured by firm level markups has increased since 2008. So to conclude, the paper looks at the dramatic decline in labor productivity of up to 40% since the 1990s in professional services in Germany, but we also have this development in other European countries. And there are virtually no prior studies on the striking phenomenon. And our analysis contributes to the wider picture of a productivity growth slowdown in advanced economies since the 1980s, 1990s. And our analysis shows that the massive entry of small and micro-sized firms with lower productivity is not responsible for the decline. Instead, half of the decline can be explained with changed production processes, in particular with vertical disintegration without proper adjustment of the labor force. And for future research, we think it would be very interesting to look more at these changes and to analyze the possible links between the increasing complexity of tasks and sluggish knowledge diffusion. So we wondered, if there's an increasing complexity of tasks, why don't the firm invest more into process innovation, trying to reduce the complexity of tasks or becoming more efficient at doing these tasks? But yeah, this is for another paper, and yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions?
That was a really interesting study, and also for Alexander, my name, because I didn't realize that you cannot see me and know who I am. So my name is Sara Rose, I work at the JRC of the European Commission. So both really interesting presentations. Caroline, I really enjoyed this presentation. I was wondering whether if you could offer, you could give us some reflections on the mechanism behind the vertical disintegration. My mind was going to the fact that maybe the increasing globalization, the globalized production could have been one of the determinants of this vertical disintegration, and that maybe part of the reasons of the slowdown is that fewer and fewer multinational corporations are able to organize their production globally. Therefore increasing the gap between the superstar firms and the rest, going in the line of the work of Andrews, Chris Paul, and so on, the OECD people. But I would like to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, so thank you very much for your comment. I hope I didn't understand everything, but so I think so one point that you raised is this kind of competition in this issue, that there are now maybe some superstar firms that like super perform and the others they somehow lag behind, especially because of this international competition. Yes and no. So the thing is that in that sector, at least in Germany, we have quite little competition from abroad. So so as I said, most are lawyers or architects or consultants. So this the markets are rather locally, and the second thing is also related then to like the intermediate. So yeah, the intermediate goods and services that they use is that they really use services from abroad, but that also this kind of input-output thing is also happening rather locally. So for example, if they set up a website or if they need some IT consultancy, we assume that they still use firms from Germany and that there's not so much international exchange in that kind of sector, but might be different in Greece, I don't know.
Hi, very good work. Quick question, do you know anything about capital? Because you've been talking about labor productivity for obvious reasons. But labor is not the only factor of production. If in your view, if hypothetically you had the data and you could run something similar, would you find an increase or a decrease in capital productivity?
So whether we find an increase or decrease in capital productivity or on capital usage?
Both, since you asked both.
Okay. Actually, we did not look into that issue because so we explicitly looked at labor productivity because all the official statistics normally on productivity published by Eurostat and also used by the OECD, they always use labor productivity. So our focus on the paper was really point at that issue, that labor productivity is declining and that this might contribute to the discussion on declining labor productivity growth. But yes, it would be very interesting also to look at capital. Yeah, we didn't do it. The only thing that I can say that then again, it depends a bit. I mean, we are talking about services here, and we already saw in the presentation by Alexander that capital is not super relevant to many service firms. And so the question also is here whether a lawyer or consultant, or what kind of capital do they use? They might use some IT infrastructure, but capital normally shouldn't be so important for their production process. But still, so we didn't look at it, and maybe there are still some surprising results. So yeah, one should definitely keep that in mind.
Thank you. Yes. So hi, it's Ariti again. My question is about industry disaggregation. You talked about looking at MSM, if I saw correctly. Have you looked at a more disaggregated level this broad industry? Because you may find patterns or different patterns or causes for this decrease in labor productivity. So the more analytical we get, the further we disaggregate, the more details or interesting patterns may reveal.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for that question. Yes, indeed, we also looked at the more granular structures. So like at least 71, 72, 73. So at the next disaggregation level, and yep. So we have to confirm that actually it's the overall pattern. So we also find that in almost each of the subcategories of development. And although all these sectors are so diverse, so we're really surprised that this is such a consistent pattern.
Hello, my name is Benny Kramer. I'm also from the Joint Research Center. I have to confess I'm not really a proper economist, but I'm kind of quite economist, but I enjoyed very much all your presentations, both yours, Carolina and Alexander. Carolina, one question, only maybe stupid, heretic. Could it be that this decrease of productivity in the professional service sector might be partly also be caused by kind of increase of public investment or kind of consultancy? Or to put differently, would you have data to check what kind of share of the business of the professional service sector you are looking into comes from public funds? So as to say, competition not being lowered because the European Commission would somehow change the conditions for overall and the competition in the market, maybe on this micro level with regard to available jobs that are financed by public funds.
No, I don't think we have data on this, but it's a very good point. Yeah, I don't know how we could find out like whether these firms receive some subsidies or some public. You mean also mostly in terms of employment, I guess. That's the point. So public subsidies for employment, the firms hire more people?
The point being that the competition for certain parts of this, say for instance, consultancy business, should be reduced because you have regular funding of certain types of services for a certain category of firms, not really exposed to a full competition. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, yeah. Okay, yeah, so very good point, but yeah, actually we don't have any data because we don't know, yeah, like who buys the services or like the role of public funds in that. That's a good point.
No further questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
Yes, I will try to keep it very short. So we move. I will present you, I hope in 10 minutes, another exercise. You already saw an exercise on CDM model, so I'm going to present you another by Alexander. So we took actually benefit, me and Yanis, of the knowledge of Alexander Kritikos. So this is another analysis on the Greek case. Thank you. A lasting crisis affects R&D decisions of smaller firms, the Greek experience. So this is a joint work by Yanis and Alexander and me. So I will, of course, tell you the purpose of the paper, the contribution that we feel that we have, that we offer to the audience, and the data and the method that we use. And we hope we can discuss and our empirical findings can contribute a little bit to the policy debate that we had also in this morning. So the main research question is exactly on the link between R&D, innovation and productivity, and that in the different size groups of the Greek manufacturing firms, and how do strong exogenous shocks to an economy may affect small and larger firms and their innovative behavior. We feel that we contribute to the literature on the effect of lasting economic shocks on R&D investment. Actually, our selling point is that because we see that we examine firms during the economic crisis, so we feel that the pandemic crisis could also be a similar event. So this is our selling point trying to publish this paper. We hope we can convince the reviewers. We provide a systematic analysis on R&D innovation productivity linkages for different firm size groups, and we consider, at least this first exercise for us, how a lasting shock can cause large economic imbalances in moderate innovator economies such as Greece. And this adds to the analysis on the effects of unique shocks, like the general financial crisis of 2008 that we consider here, and possibly this could also have some implications for the pandemic crisis as well. The data is an old one, but it was within that period, that very crucial period of the Greek economy, during the peak of the economic crisis back in 2011 and 2013. And we use a data set of more than 500 Greek manufacturing firms that have participated in this survey in both waves. So it is a panel data set. What we did is the lasting crisis. This variable was our main focus. We introduced this crisis variable as a dummy variable by 0 in 2011 and 1 in 2013. And by 1, we mean that the crisis, the deepening of the crisis, 2013 was the lowest level that the Greek economy had reached. I mean, we had lost 27% of the GDP at that time. There was a huge unemployment rate. And this was actually, yes, exactly as I said, the lowest level the Greek GDP has reached. The model is, we introduced 3-stage CDM models that you all read by Crepon, the first, let's say, approach, to explore these relationships between a firm's decision to invest in R&D, innovate, and then the innovation output of this R&D, and then the productivity effect. And we distinguish between two firm size groups, and the cut-off point for us was 50 employees. So the first stage is the impact the crisis had on R&D engagement, and the dependent variable is a binary variable that captures the probability of undertaking R&D activities. This is R&D engagement, the first stage, let's say. The second stage is the impact of the crisis and R&D on innovation output. So here the dependent variable is a binary variable for innovation output. This is a knowledge production function. And the third stage, it's how the impact that the innovation output has on productivity. So the dependent variable is a labor productivity here measured by sales per employees. And this is a production function. So these are the main results for the full sample and the two separate subsamples for the analysis that we have made. This is the result of the first step, the R&D engagement. the knowledge production function. I'm just skipping these results because we have summarized in the production function, we have summarized, let's say, the findings. At the first stage, we find that as the crisis continues, this is very harmful and makes it difficult for R&D engagement, especially for smaller firms, while on the other hand, it increases the willingness for R&D activities among the larger ones. And at the second stage, among smaller firms, the knowledge production remains unaffected by R&D investments, while larger firms, the R&D decision is positively correlated with the probability of producing innovation, but during the crisis deepening affects negatively this innovation output. I mean, despite the R&D activities, the innovation output, even by larger firms, is affected, negatively affected. And at the third stage, this innovation output affects positively the productivity, but only for larger firms. While the innovation productivity nexus, this seems to be insignificant for smaller firms. So let's say that what we can get, what we can learn from the first stage, that small and micro firms, the results from the first stage might be constraints, and they are. We understand that from the lack of resources due to all the problems that the small scale and the small size affects. And the crisis actually might create, we assume, a financial gap, which this leads them to reduce the R&D expenditures, which is the most, as we have also found other evidence, it is indeed, or at least small firms consider this as a luxury item in the budget. And this is the first thing they consider that they can reduce when a financial gap is emerged. So they consider this as a luxury item. By contrast, the crisis seems to have pushed larger firms, which typically may have better access to finance and other resources, to continue investing in R&D activities. So this is the main distinction in the first stage. At the second stage, it seems that although larger firms are more likely to invest in R&D during turbulent economic times, diminishing returns may appear, and this leads to decrease the innovative performance. This R&D and this decision to invest in R&D doesn't translate actually to more innovative products in the market. And these effects might be explained on the grounds of path dependency of the past and organizational inertia, or this is possibly explanation that we find that a strategic decision that on the timing of launching an innovative product. I mean, you may still do not want the people you have in the R&D and the R&D budget, you continue to have this, but you may delay a little bit any products that you have in the pipeline because the timing is not right to launch that in the market when the demand is very low. So that could be an explanatory factor, let's say, why we see this sort of diminishing returns. And on the third stage, when economic conditions worsen, smaller firms seem to reduce whatever R&D budget is left they had in place, affecting their innovative performance and their productivity. And on the other hand, larger firms might have better survival and success probabilities as they are able to continue their innovation processes through a lasting crisis, and this again is due to their size. So what is these results? It's an exercise, of course, but what these results can tell us and what can we take away from this? That, okay, we touch upon the problem of limited resources of micro and small firms, which is maximized, of course, when financial and economic constraints arise, either due to economic shocks or to exogenous shocks like the pandemic. This is a selling point that I told you we might want to feel that we have some lessons learned for this period as well. But also we feel that this is the problem of culture as well, especially in the Greek environment. R&D is still considered a luxurious activity in an ecosystem that you have a plethora of micro and small companies. So how can we amplify these problems? How can we tackle with problems? Well, measures like tax incentives, tax reductions on R&D expenses, although we saw that in Germany that does not always work, depending depreciation, over depreciation rates on R&D equipment, increases in public R&D funding, if you have public funding, of course, and stricter regulation for attracting researchers to contract-based research may help offer some additional incentives for overcoming these R&D crunch conditions among smaller and micro businesses. Any type of support for collaboration in R&D for smaller firms is beneficial, as these firms rely more on external sources of input to the innovation process. And as smaller firms, they tend to receive greater benefit from such an exchange. So, for instance, programs that we have in Greece with collaboration with universities may provide an alternative route, an alternative mechanism to direct R&D funding, which might be difficult for these companies. Of course, such a policy, we want to support, this is the positive, let's say, view. We want to support, we want to have these companies and to continue to have them in our ecosystem. But on the other hand, someone could consider that the fact that we have been considering a lot in Greece about the small size of the Greek entrepreneurial system and how we need to increase in size. So maybe this is also we should don't let them go, but this is also, we should also focus on how these small companies should, we should remove any obstacles they have, usually of regulation that may hinder their growth, thus increasing labor productivity by supporting a transition mechanism from smaller to larger firms. So this is what I had to say. This is what we have produced from this exercise, and I'm open to comments or discussion.
Thank you, Andrew. So far, the quickest. We have plenty of time for questions. Sarah, please go ahead.
It looks like it's my job.
It is.
Really interesting. I have a provocative question for you. So, the policy conclusions, in the policy conclusion, you say that one solution could be increasing the R&D help to these companies. However, from your results, you show that there's diminishing returns from R&D. So why would someone invest, or subsidize R&D when I know that there's diminishing returns? So my point is, and this is a provocative thought, wouldn't you think that along with the continued support to R&D, which is for sure needed, maybe a demand side policy, not just focusing on supply side policy, but focusing on trying to understand why these companies are not able to capitalize on their R&D? Is it a problem of their productive processes? Is it a problem of demand?
No, it's indeed a provocative question, because there is a discussion and a policy debate here that we spend a lot of funding for R&D activities in a plethora of small companies, and this you do not get any benefits in. So why not focus on, the 100 top companies that you have in Greece and give them all the money for R&D? It has been discussed here, and it is something that someone could follow. It is a provocative, but on the other hand, because we feel that there are various niche areas in various sectors that you do have some sort of R&D activity, and from other work, I cannot claim that from this work, but we have seen that, for instance, the collaboration with external sources like universities or things like that, they compensate for this lack of innovation. So they do produce something. So it is a mechanism that can compensate for this. But yes, it is a relevant discussion. I mean, to focus, and especially in a country like Greece, to focus on a better pool of companies that actually can produce major benefits for the economy.
My point wasn't really just focusing on the larger companies, but rather from a research point of view, trying to understand why these companies are not able to translate their R&D efforts into productivity gains. So I'm not an advocate of making larger firms larger. I mean, for sure, that has some, from an employment perspective, for sure, it's easy peasy. However, to help those firms, given that from your results it seems, and it's not the first time you see these results, that they're diminishing returns to R&D, so there's something there. And so I'm just throwing the discussion into that direction.
Indeed. I do not have how we can improve this process. Yes. Again, I would turn to would be to collaboration with external sources. It seems that they cannot translate this. Possibly they get some projects or some funding from programs that are there, but they do not translate this. It's just money that they are not translated in innovation. Yes, it is. You have a point.
We hear a lot of maybes in the presentation, but maybe Greek SMEs have an optimistic attitude toward
optimistic.
So they take advantage of subsidies and other incentives to form one-night stand relationships, if I may say so. Whereas in order to have long-term increasing returns, you need to be stuck in a marriage for a long time. And this is not the profile of the industrial sectors in Greece and their behavior resembles more of party animals and not devout husbands.
This is not a comment, but yes, this is also something that we see that in all these programs you see unique participants. You see companies that they do participate once in such a program, and you never hear from them. So it is also an explanatory factor, an explanation for this. Yeah, but the remedy, I don't know what to do. I do not have a remedy. No, force them. Yeah.
If I may ask here, I think we should have also complementary methods of research in order to understand what's happening. I mean, this kind of approaches, of course, help you see, yes, counting data, of course, but yes, in order to understand what's really happening and why they do not, or what they do, and what they could, perhaps some in-depth interviews could help. And not only focus on large firms, but also smaller firms, because I don't think in this sample, I think that there might be knowledge-intensive firms that actually do choose to support R&D and continue on.
But these are manufacturing, but okay. More manufacturing companies. But still, you need, it's not just to check on the innovation. You need also some empirical work also to understand the mechanism within at the micro level. I mean, within the boundaries of the firms, to understand them and how do they behave. And we have done a lot of interviews, and that's why sometimes we say how do they feel, and actually it resembles a lot to what you said. They find an opportunity. A previous colleague is working at the university, so they call them to participate in a project, and then,
Any other questions? In that case, thank you, Angela. Come back. The order of the presentations, I think Ben and Sarah have swapped. So, the floor is yours. about one of the key actors that is implicit, that we haven't explicitly mentioned, which is government.
Okay. Give us a second to make it full screen. What? Yes, but it's not like this.
Oh, okay.
Now it is. So, let me make it happen. Give me a second to share screen. No, you don't go, you're here. I have some technical issues. Okay. This is your share screen and this is your presentation. You choose up and down. You change up and down. Okay, you're ready.
So this is a joint work with my colleague Benedict and the ubiquitous Alexander Kritikos. And as the title of the presentation give it away, is about the quality of government and the share of high growth firms in European regions. And so, as you already heard enough today, gazelles or high growth firms, let me give just a brief definition. I know that you all know what they are, but high growth firms or gazelles, they're defined as those companies with at least 10 employees who are able to sustain a growth of employment or turnover for 3 years, a growth of 20%. And so these gazelles or hyper firms, they're really high on the EU policy agenda because even though there are just very few of them, about 4 to 6% of all firms, together they represent 50% of employment on average. In Europe. So given their economic relevance, a lot of studies have been done trying to understand the characteristics of these firms, whether they're younger, they're larger, they're more innovative, they're more international, whether they're more present in some sectors or countries or not, and if it's even possible to understand what makes a firm become a high growth firm, and we've seen some of the study today here. And then there's another group of researchers which have looked at the local enabling conditions for this firm to grow. And so when talking about institutional conditions, such as institutional and framework condition, when talking about institutional conditions, why am I wearing this? When talking about institutional conditions, there is an extensive literature, which I'm not going to talk about today, that connects and links the quality of institutions to economic performance at national level and regional level. So, for example, in these two graphs, you see on the right a relatively recent paper from Rodriguez Pose and Di Cataldo that links the quality of government at regional level with innovativeness, and in particular the logarithm of the number of triadic patents. And on the left, you see, I just downloaded the data from Eurostat on GDP per capita. So it seems that the quality of government at regional level correlates pretty well with the economic performance. And so one could be curious in knowing what is the relationship between quality of government and the rate of high growth firms. So if quality of government is associated positively with economic performance, I'm pretty sure you can all imagine that there's going to be a positive association with these two. So it's a pretty trivial question, and you will be right. So this is the data that we downloaded, and we have data on the regional quality of government index, which spans from 0 to 100, and the share of high growth firms. So there's a teeny tiny Finnish island that seems to be an outlier, but nonetheless, the relationship is positive. It's positive and linear, at least in this case. And so But we're interested in looking at the relationship between a more general institutional setting, not just the quality of government, but a more general institutional setting. Do we know already something? Or what is the existing literature on this topic? And so the economists or Nobel winning prize economists North distinguish between formal institutional and informal institutions. So formal institutions are things such as regulation, property rights, statutory law, while informal institutions typically includes corruption, traditions, political ideology, religion, and so on. And so quite a few of studies have looked at the role of formal institutions such as taxation and employment protection legislation. And in general, results seem to point at a negative. The majority of empirical studies look at point to a negative relationship. In general, a more stringent regulatory framework is linked to decreased entry and decreased firm growth. However, there's a promising line of work by Kitching, a social scientist, that review and reassess this group of studies because he thinks that they neglect the full range of the regulatory effects on business performance. So the fact that businesses perceive regulation as a burden does not fully match with the real direct and indirect impact of regulation of firms. So for example, think of intellectual property law or competition law. These regulations indirectly and directly impacts greatly the firms. They are able to enter an otherwise monopolized market. And they're able to protect their very precious innovation thanks to intellectual property rights. Moreover, these studies in general, they look at the homogeneous effects. So they consider the impact of regulation affecting all firms at the same time. So they do not look at diversified effect, for example, as we do by region type. And there is also a study from Neil Lee that actually looks at the fact that high growth firms compared to other firms seem to be less sensitive to the effect of regulation. So they perceive regulation less of a problem compared to other firms. So as for the role of informal institution, there's a much smaller set of studies that look at the link in particular between corruption and firm growth. So in general, we see that corruption is a constraint for firm growth. There's no doubt, there's no ambiguity in this. But it seems that corruption could be mitigated by, for example, individual social network, meaning who I know. If I know someone, maybe that stakeholder could help me grow. Or corruption mitigates the negative effect of taxation. And so there's few more of these studies, but in general, there are not many studies that look at the interaction between formal, such as taxation, and informal institutions, such as corruption. And so our study lies in between the interaction between formal and informal institutions and complements this very scant but growing literature. And in particular, the aim and novelty of the paper is that first we look at the direct effect of quality of government on the share of high growth firms at regional level, but also we analyze the effect of regulation. And in particular, we look at labor market flexibility and product market regulation on high growth firms, gauging for the effect of level of quality of government. So basically, we look at this effect of regulation on high growth firms for different groups of regions according to their level of quality of government. So for the rest of the presentation, I will just quickly go over the data, which is open source. It's publicly accessible, the results, and then I offer some conclusions and some insights for policy. So for the data, the data from on share of high-growth firms and the entry and exit, which we use to calculate the churn rates at both regional and aggregate sectoral level, comes from the Eurostat. The Regional Quality of Government Index comes from the QOG Institute, the Gothenburg, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, University of Gothenburg, something like this. The labor market flexibility and the access to capital are calculated as indices using data from the World Economic Forum. Product market regulation is the OECD reg impact, which is basically a derivation using the product market regulation of the OECD. It's basically taking the indirect impact of regulation in markets such as electricity, energy, telecommunication, and transport, and see how sectors using these services as intermediate input are affected by this regulation. And also we use, to account for some human capital variable, we take the share of scientists and engineers at sectoral level. And so with this data, we construct a sort of panel for 10 years, from 2008 till 2017, where the panel dimension, so the cross-section is basically the interaction between the region and the unique combination between a region and sector. So the methodology is just a regression. So we have as I said, the share of high growth firms in region R and sector J at MT, depends on the quality of government. The regulation, as I said, we take labor market flexibility and product market regulation, and then we use some quite established control variables such as the share of scientists, so some human capital variable, the access to financing, which just seems to be one of the most relevant variable for high growth firms, and the churn rate. And then, as I said, we use the moderating effect of the quality of government, which means that we just interact the quality of government with the regulation variables. But also we try to go deeper, and in particular, we look at more nuanced regression by level of quality of government. And from a methodological point of view, we use, of course, fixed effect panel estimates, but we also control specifically for the endogeneity. For the endogeneity problem, in general, this is a very common endogeneity problem where you're trying to link institution with any economic outcome, because there is a reverse causality problem. And so we, for the moment, we didn't come up with any clever instrument, so we adopted the heteroscedastic-based approach, and also the two-stage GMM or two-stage least square. However, we are working on including a much better instrument, which is the literacy rate. There's a paper from Tabelli in 2010, which looks at how the literacy rate in 1880 seems to be really nicely linked to the quality of government. However, it's not correlated with the rate of high growth firms, so it's an ideal instrument. And it's been recently used by the paper of Rodriguez Pose, which I mentioned at the beginning. So I will just show you the results of the two-stage GMM, because there's no difference between the heteroscedastic base and GMM. So in the first column, you see what you would normally expect for the regulation. So first of all, the first cell shows that there is a positive association between the quality of government at regional level and the high growth firms. But also we find the classical negative effect of product market regulation and the positive effect of labor flexibility, meaning that if you're very flexible in hiring and firing redundant workers, you have you grow. There is a higher chance to have more high growth firms. And then the rest of the control variable, they have the expected signs, so more scientists, more dynamic markets, more access to capital are all good for our outcome variable. Now, column 2 and column 3 are what is interesting to us, that we see that in column 2, it seems that it's a positive interaction, which means that the quality of government offsets the negative effect of product market regulation. And in a similar spirit, in column 3, the quality of government offsets the positive effect of flexibility. And so when we look at this into separate regression, so we take 4 groups of regions, regions with high, medium to high, medium, low, and low quality of government, we see we see clearly what is the effect. So you see there is this in the medium to low regions, the classical hypothesis holds, meaning more regulation, it's better for high growth firms. However, it seems that if your region has really good quality of government, maybe they're better at implementing such regulations, and therefore these regulations could be even conducive to higher rates of high growth firms. And so the classical argument that more regulation, less flexible markets leads to lower shares of high growth firms could still hold true. However, this is true when we don't consider the role of quality of government. And so the 4 takeaways I would like you to go home with are the first, that regional quality of government has a positive effect on the share of high growth firms, that it offsets the negative impact of regulation. Less labor market flexibility seems to be favorable for regions with high quality of government, and this could be due, there's a literature, I didn't want to include one of my articles, but there is a literature that shows that less flexible markets could be helpful in retaining human capital, meaning that if workers do not feel threatened to lose their job every day, a company may be better suited to train and keep the workers and increase their human capital. And also that more product market regulation seems to hinder the firm growth in regions with medium to low quality of government. And so here, just for fun, we have some tentative implication for policy. So the first obvious policy is that the classical one-size-fits-all regulatory model does not work, and so we shouldn't just look at the homogeneous implementation of regulation, but also we should really pay more attention at the quality of administration. And so it seems that the quality of government is somehow the hidden barrier to business competition within the common market. And so I think that this is probably something that could be a call for research, and I think that we should really try to understand better how the quality of administration evolves over time, and what are the determinants of the quality of institutions. So I digged up a little bit of literature, I must say, just in a couple of days, and I find that from a theoretical point of view, there's quite a bit of literature. So a lot of historians, they looked at the causal link between the history of a nation, their institution quality, and then the economic development trajectories. And few of the results, interesting results emerged. So for example, it seems that exposure to church has shaped modern institutions. So for example, the first study shows that the exposure to Roman Catholic Church during the Middle Ages seem to have shaped the modern institution, and then later on, the prevalence of Protestantism has led to economic growth. Luckily for us, there's also other studies that look at more policy-sensitive variables influencing the quality of institutions, such as, for example, the existence of rents, either economic or natural, seem to have influence on the quality of institution, but also bureaucratic incentives. So, in conclusions, I think that there's virtually no existing empirical research on the determinants of the quality of institutions, and we feel that this could be the missing piece in understanding the impact of regulation on the share of high growth firms. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would be offended if no one has asked me a question.
Hi, it has been a very interesting and I believe promising research. I hope goes well and will get published in a very good journal. One question, I think you should maybe consider the hierarchies of institutions, especially if we're talking about regional and EU level, because it may be the case that the quality of institutional at the EU level is better or worse than the country or regional level of institutional government. And there, at the direction, either upwards or downwards, the outcome may be very different for high growth firms. So if high growth firms are more affected at the EU level, then yes, the quality of government at the EU level is the most important one. But if high growth firms are more affected by country institutions, and country institutions are then affected by EU level, then it becomes more complicated. So it may be best in terms of estimations to adopt a level approach, if of course you have the data.
No, I mean, it's an interesting, yes, I think it's a valid point. And rather, I mean, not only I can do multi-level estimations, but I could, address it with variables. So there are, at national level, there are actually there are more data at national level. So yeah, thanks.
This was the presentation. Just a question on the empirical findings. Basically, how do you explain what type of coefficients in the variables of primary interest in your analysis? The regional groups, regional groups, it's a matter of scaling.
Come again? Can you I cannot.
It's a matter of scaling the way you measure this variable. So I see some coefficients 4.7 and 3.3. So in the medium low, in the low regional groups, right?
Right.
The medium high coefficient is below 1.
Right.
So how do you explain these very high coefficients?
Okay, so if I will rephrase to make sure I understand your question. So you would like me to give you an interpretation of the change in sign and the magnitude of the coefficients for these 4 groups of regions?
Yes. I'm afraid that perhaps maybe a problem with the scaling in your
Yeah, sure. I mean, at the moment, I'm not. I was really careful in not giving you a concrete interpretation of an increase of PMR of 1 corresponds to, because these are just the coefficients are not the marginal effects. So if these are the coefficients, at some point I will derive the marginal effects. For the moment, I just wanted you to focus on the sign of these coefficients. That's all it matters for me. In general, being trained econometrician, for me, I do not believe in point identification. I believe in set identification. So for me, there's no point in really interpreting the point estimate of any regression, especially linear regressions. So for me, from an economic point of view, we just need to know whether it's positive or negative. It has a positive or negative. If you really want to be even nitpicking, for example, the difference between the coefficient 4.7 and 0.7, there's no statistical difference between these two, because the standard error of the first one is so high that it will make basically the difference between the two not statistically significant. So again, we're interested more in the sign than the magnitude, if that was your question.
Also, did you perform some overhead post-testing milestones for the functionality? Some post-estimation tests.
Yeah, of course. Like, yeah, we tested in the endogeneity. Yeah, we tested the endogeneity.
Of the instruments.
Yes. Well, the appropriate of the instruments, yes, we have, for example, you see here the Sargent test. This is the overhead identification test. It works really well for 3 groups of regions. Doesn't really work really well with medium-low. However, it's also one of the smallest sample. Again, as I said, we do not have, like, from a conceptual point of view, it's really difficult to find the perfect instrument for the quality of government and regulation. So that's why I was mentioning here that we are now thinking of using this indicator from Tabellini, this instrumental variable. However, we used many, we used just simple fixed effect. We used heterostatic base and 2-stage GMM. So the results seem to be really robust to any estimation technique. So we think that more or less the results are there. Whether the coefficient changes in magnitude, I'm not worried. What I'm worried is that if it changes sign. So, yeah, no problem.
Next program, closely related
Give me 1 second to open your presentation, please.
Sure.
Can we just check a little bit? Here is, yes. So let's go to Zoom. You're ready? You're going right, left.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, many thanks for the invitation. I have really enjoyed this talks this afternoon, very inspiring. Before I start, there are 2 points. Firstly, what I'm presenting today is work in progress and far away from any kind of complex econometric exercise. So you can now relax at the very end. Secondly, I'm a behavioral economist, so this is where I come from. And so my reasoning might be a little bit unusual for you. I hope I can still take you through. And thirdly, what I'm presenting today actually was born as a sort, something like 8-9 years ago, here in Athens, when I was running experiments on tax compliance behavior. So let's get started. Quality of public administration seems to play a role. This got clear by the previous presentation of Sarah, but there's increasing literature out there that makes over and over again this point that high quality public administration seems to be a very important precondition, or not the only one, but one of the important preconditions that make innovation to flourish, that make business to kind of getting the return on investment innovation. One paper I would like to quote, also referred to in this context because it's well known, is Anno Pina and Schulze. It could nicely show that control of corruption, so to say, is an indicator of the positive quality of a public administration, affects positively innovative business. Fine, quality of public administration impacts innovation. Very nice. Mr. Herman, but what can we do now with that? As one thing is lack of capital is an issue. Then we take another big loan from the international markets and throw it into the economy. But what do we do with the public administration? There's little out there, as Sarah already stressed. And so let me again go back to the existing literature and what they look into if they want to check what makes regions, countries to have a high quality public administration. They would usually go to instrumental variables which are relating back far into history. An ISIC's paper here, Catherine Rodriguez-Pose from 2016, where they looked across Europe, the factors affecting economic growth at the regional level. Geographic factors were institution quality, or in terms of quality of public administration. And let us look together again into the instrumental variables they're using. Whether the region belonged to the Charlemagne Empire, whether a region belonged to the Roman Empire, early Christianization, number of kingdom changes, actually is kind of number of murder of kings. So what does it tell us? I mean, this indicates that quality of public administration seems to be something that is really kind of almost in a historic trajectory. Policymakers could make little about it. Well, I would like to challenge this point of view with a behavioral, at the same time, standard economist point of view. I would argue, well, high quality administration should not be so much an issue if public administration has an incentive to do an excellent job for citizen and business. Once it pays off to do a good service, the impact of historic past might not anymore be so much an issue. No? You might ask, fine, Mr. Herman, but where should we get the incentive from? Will you want to have a privatization of all public services? No. There's something else I'm referring to. Incentives in terms of revenues from taxes. Because taxes, actually, yes, they are kind of two-sided sword. There's two kinds of different incentives. It works in the incentives of the taxpayer, who usually does behave in a way that he can reduce the tax burden, yes? On the same side, on the other side, we have the public administration, or the public authorities, which have the incentive to do what they can to increase tax revenues. And now I would like to get you through a small thought experiment. We're talking, now this in the next slide are about a country, so to say, two models of countries with the same tax rates, the total of taxes paid being the same. And the first country is an abstract one. It doesn't exist, something like that doesn't exist as far as I know. No, there's one exception actually, but it almost doesn't exist worldwide, where all the tax revenues would be collected, go to the central administration, and next being allocated to first regional and then local level. You all know this, most good economists, there's good rationale to do so, the economy of scales for the tax collection, higher personalization, and so on. Okay, but you could also have the opposite extreme. Imagine a country where only and solely municipalities collect taxes, and they would distribute later to the higher administrative tiers, the region and the central administration. Of course, such a country doesn't exist. The countries we have currently worldwide, they are kind of somewhere between the two extremes. Independent expert told me once, Mr. Herman, it looks a little like what you're showing. The previous example seems to be today's Greece. This one seems to be Hellas. I'm not an historian, I'm not a Greek, I don't know, but it's something like that. The important thing for me as a behavioral economist is now that, and this seems to be under-discussed generally in this discipline, that the local level is the space where one human behavior is very active and very powerful. This is called peer pressure. Now let me introduce quickly, because you might be not so much familiar with peer pressure and the research behind. Actually, this is kind of business where I come from, to the public good game. This is an instrumental research into multilateral cooperation, peer interactions. Classic example, we would have the students invited to a laboratory. They don't know each other, they're separated from each other visually, they don't know the identity of the others. All of them get a certain fixed amount, say 10 euros, and they're informed that they have to make a simultaneous decision without kind of coordination on how much of the 10 euros to invest into a joint group project. Whatever is invested as a total from the group will be doubled by us, the experimenters, and we, the experimenters, give to each of the 4 group members a quarter of it, independent of the contribution. So quickly, I don't need to have to lead you through the game. I guess you quickly realize that the social efficient payoff would be all 4 invest fully. The individual maximization is I pay nothing, hope the others paying, then I will go home with the highest income. Yes, but usually people pay, and now here the seminal paper of Beer and Gechter, more than 20 years ago, published in the IR. So having this kind of setting 10 times in a row repeated, once in a so-called stranger setting and another partner setting.
So stranger setting is here referring to a situation where they each round change the partners. While the partner setting is that they would have the same group partners over the 10 rounds, but the group partner, so they would have the same identity, but again, they would not know exactly who in the room is here. So it's still an anonymity environment. And it's very important, this experiment was conducted in Switzerland. They would then add a so-called second stage after each round, where the group member, at their own cost, can punish each other. It would cost them, say, €1, and the punished group member gets €3. And this punishment in Switzerland is usually, this opportunity is in general used by those who have been contributing to this public good, have been cheated by others which had made low contributions, at least perceived cheated by those who made a low contribution. And so they would kind of, in this punishment stage, take the money and reduce the income of those who have not contributed as much as they did to the public good, to the joint project, so that they lose the income and they learn, the Swiss learn it the lesson very fast. Cooperation goes up highly. Now, when we did the same experiment across different locations, and we would run the same experiment, this was in 2006, I think, or 2007, also say in Athens and in Istanbul, with this punishment possibility, we would observe that the outcomes were very, very different across societies, at least the location, not societies, very important, locations. So having the same economic experiment, the same incentives, we find that the average in terms of currency, experimental currency unit, income after the experiment per participant would be 5.7 in Athens and 18 in Boston. The same economic incentive structure generating almost a differential of 400%. And now some of you might think, oh, Mr. Hermit, look, this is exactly here, it is it, the institutional, the heritage of history, the missing Roman Charlemagne Empire, whatever, yeah? And I would like to say no. Let me, if you, do we have the time, or is there any? Okay, then good in time. So let me quickly explain why we have this difference in outcomes. It's solely and simply explained by punishment behavior. So what the graphs here shows you is the average of punishment that you would get for deviating from the punisher's contribution. So imagine here on the left side where it's green, it is about those who contribute significantly more, 10 to 20 units more than the punished one. The yellow, so it's the cooperators, the good guys. And you will see on the right side going the punishment of those who have contributed less than the, as they have contributed less than the punished subject, who they punish, yeah? And you would see that with regard to the punishment of the cooperators, those who contribute more or less the same to the public good, the punishment pattern is very similar across the locations. We have a slightly significantly difference, but it's not very striking. But when we go to the side of punishment of cooperators by the free riders, there's a huge difference. So again, just to strengthen the point that some of you might think, see, this is the heritage of history, and this is why a formal institution cannot work. And I would like, there's some unpublished work, so that's why I want to run through it quickly, and please don't refer somewhere else to it. A very nice research done by Alonso and Gechter in Granada in Spain, where they could show without students, they were first in the normal treatment as I showed you, and then they would add another treatment where the participants at the beginning just would shake hands and look in each other's eyes. 5 seconds, nothing more. And here quickly, I don't go for the details on the cooperation behavior, but on the punishment behavior, you see that instantly this, what we have labeled at the time antisocial punishment, or the punishment of cooperators by the free riders, is going down substantially. So it makes the cooperation much more efficient. And now we are back to let me pull you back now what I said at the beginning, now of a state which is based on municipalities, where we are exactly in this shaking hand situation, where we look into each other's eyes.
What are the implications now? It means that only on the local level, and I would be extremely grateful if you all took home this as a message from now on. If we talk about fiscal federalism or policy measurements on innovation support and so on, please take in the first place the local level. Why? Because only on the local level you have peer pressure working. Only the local level, we, the actors, the business representatives, micro, small and medium-sized business, the local administration, the local capital, it might be the rich Antonopoulos somewhere in the corner. We are peers to each other. We watch each other. We know each other. We have a reputation. We look in the eye. We can do informal stuff very efficient and fast. And what are the incentive mechanisms? So if it's locally paid tax, you may be mayor of whatever political background. You might have whatever historical heritage carrying with you. It doesn't matter. After a few months, you start realizing, I have to do what I can to get my local business, and it refers to the little one who has only 5 employees as much to the big one with the 200 employees. I have to get them to grow. I need a very fast, efficient local administration, which is helpful quickly when it's about land issues, so work permit and stuff and so on. Vice versa, on the other side, the taxpayers, and this is also, please keep this in mind, that in the moment you know it's now this local road or this event or this is paid by my money, would get the local population automatically more to control much sharper what's happening. It's coming self-enforcement of high-quality administration. You will not accept, as a local taxpayer, being treated in an inappropriate, not efficient way by a local staff of the local administration. You have bottom up the machine to proper high-quality public administration. And let me now quickly, because this is also very often overseen by colleagues, why are some municipalities so important, particularly for micro, small, and medium-sized businesses? Municipalities are usually in most of countries in Europe and elsewhere. Yeah, thank you. But the part where regulations are executed of the national EU, whatever level. And municipalities are the same, like you have, this is the realm where you have the local networks, the peer pressure. So if it's oriented the right way by the tax incentive that's provided, then it becomes efficient. Now, what I told you now, and this is, I'm telling you really fresh out of the pot of research, it's all hypothesis. We have to go for evidence. And what I started, this was basically the job the last 12 months, to do this tiny, pretty needy work, to go now into the books and look across not only what I hear, so EU member states, for what type of tax revenues municipalities receive. And it's not so straightforward as you might think. Because nicer the database of IMF, World Bank, or OECD would help you, because they have to know the details. Very often it looks like you have a kind of a share of personal income tax locally, but in the reality, it's kind of pooled somewhere, and only a share of it goes back to the jurisdiction and so on. So it was, anyway, so what I was looking for, was looking for the following 4 taxes, because after having extensive discussion with all type of experts, we realized these are the kind 4 must-have. Other tax revenues are not so relevant for this business, for this issue regarding getting micro, small and medium-sized business to work. First, share in personal income tax, share in corporate income tax, or a local business tax, or a particular high rate not equal to residential property, commercial property tax. If you have these taxes being paid to the municipalities, you would have most likely some impact on the agents, on the public administration side. So, to now quickly running you through, because time's a little left, here we show you on the picture with the light blue, it's about personal income tax, those countries which have whatever share of personal income tax being paid, within the jurisdiction generated of the municipality being also paid to the municipality budget. Across Europe, you see it's quite a number of countries which have a share of personal income tax being paid to the local level. However, it's very small. For instance, in the case of Spain or Portugal, it's 1.5%. What is this? Yeah, or 6% in the case of Italy. And then we have countries like Sweden, Finland, where it's very high, 67%, 49%, or the Baltic countries, that's between 48 and 55%. So this is here data regarding the share of these revenues from this personal income tax in the total of the budget for municipalities. So a municipality in Greece, so as an example, has zero revenue from locally generated personal income tax, and in, say, Sweden, it's 67% of the local budget of the municipalities is made by personal income tax. So the same quickly for corporate income tax, we see only basically for countries, Portugal and Poland in small amount, and namely 4 and 2%, and then Denmark and Finland with 5 and 7%. Generally, corporate income tax is rarely used, it's there, but it exists. Local business tax, we have some countries, again in Europe, using that. However, making a relevant share locally to the budget of municipalities only in Hungary, Austria with 24%, Austria 12%, in Germany with 17%. Notice the local commercial property tax, same picture, quite a number of countries having some minimum share to a municipal budget, but it's being adjusted. One more. In most countries, it's a very low share, with the exception of Ireland, where it makes 32% of local budgets. And now the total picture, aggregated, of all the 4 types I just showed you, quickly, countries in yellow, these are the EU member states, where the shares from this, what we call now, award-compatible tax revenues to municipalities, awarding efforts of the local municipalities to get their business to grow, being below average of all EU member states, and the blue ones are the countries where it's above, where the municipalities have higher than average share from the municipalities' budget coming from tax revenues generated by the local economy directly. And here, quickly, last picture. I know you will now laugh at me, but I have nothing else to provide you as kind of preliminary indication. So what we are looking here, we compare for the last 5 years before 2019, average GDP growth for these 2 categories of EU member states. And what you can see is that EU countries that have a share of award-compatible revenues from these 4 taxes below average, and 23%, is 2.34%, the average GDP growth, and those of those countries which have a revenue above average, equal out average, is 3.75%, significantly higher. If you go for a conservative test, we did a Mann-Whitney test to be on the short side, it would be 2% level. Anyway, conclusions. I would say there's an indication so far that we might have to pay more attention to the role of municipalities and cities, so the local level in fostering locally micro, small, and medium-sized businesses, when they see potential direct award increase in the revenues for tax earned from these types of businesses, that they will quickly not intrinsically, but incentivize to develop high-quality public administration. Issue now how to prove causality. You might know fiscal structures are extremely conservative. There is almost no structural change that would help us in something getting to causality. Whoever has an idea, let me know, or do it yourself. I'm happy whoever spreads kind of the gospel on this issue. And otherwise, thank you for your attention, and have a nice evening.
Thank you, Ben. Questions? Since Ben has been big of the time.
So, before asking you a question, I really need to make sure I understand something. Because I am as far from a behavioral economist as I'm far from home. So, could you go, some slides back, where you should, no, I need the histogram that on the left is green and on the right is yellow. And there are some on your experiment about, and that one, the after, yes, okay, so first off, I need to understand this very well, because I'm not sure I did. Mm-hmm. So on the left, you have this punishment. Can you explain me this graph again?
Yeah, with pleasure. No, I was saying it's a very important point. I have been rushing through it so quickly. First, the lower
figure shows you the punishment, the average punishment from the punisher versus the punished subject for the different types of deviation in the standard setting. So students come into the lab, don't know each other, sit behind computers, make the decisions. Yeah. So we would have here on the very red one would be a deviation of the punisher between -10 to -20 from the punished subject. So you have contributed, imagine 20 tokens, currency units. This is the maximum. I would have contributed 0. So I'm at 20 tokens free riders versus you. But I would punish you. This is the average punishment is here the red for between 10 and 20 for extreme, the punishment of extreme free riders versus cooperators, so to say, yeah?
I don't know, probably it's because I'm tired. Can you dump it down between the top and the bottom, which would be the more desirable?
So, yeah, exactly, sorry. So the lower level is referring to an anonymous situation. It is kind of between where we don't know each other, we don't shake hands, we haven't seen each other into the eyes. The other is referring to an experimental setting where people just get a second to shake hands, look at each other's eyes. So they understand physically with whom they are interacting. This is what I meant locally. Yeah.
And which one would lead to a better outcome? The anonymous or the
Sorry, yeah, of course, the better outcome, I didn't know because I don't want to stare research and I just want to make it. The better outcome obviously comes out in non-anonymous setting, because as you can see, this antisocial punishment, what we call antisocial punishment, and the punishment of cooperators by the free riders is substantially lower. I mean, this almost disappears, this type of punishment. Both of them got half down, they got half down. So you have basically significantly less punishment of cooperators by free riders, keep this in mind. So, and this makes the whole machinery of cooperation now work. The issue why in the anonymous setting, where they don't know each other, cooperation goes down the river, so to say, is that we have this massive chunk of what they call as antisocial punishment of cooperators by the free riders.
I think I understand. So that's why you're thinking that this neighborhood fiscal policy would work, because you basically know who's in the municipality, let's say.
Exactly.
Level, so
exactly.
You want to screw over your neighbor.
So what, if I may put it like that, I mean, please don't quote me, I don't know how it is, but there are points indeed that I would assume that we might have an issue that in some societies we have a historical whatever heritage, that for whatever reasons we don't trust strangers. We don't go with a Swiss student doing the experiment, doesn't know the other by name, but he has a baseline assumption they're good to each other, they're good intended, facing trust and behaving for a need of trustworthiness here. And we might have in other societies, for whatever reasons again, an issue in the social interactions between people who don't know each other. They meet each other with a predisposition of distrust. And in this context, I would say, this is what I think there's possibly extremely powerful tool, that going back to say, and allowing the fiscal structure where we learn this mutual responsibility might be a solution. That's what I'm saying.
I understand, and now it comes to the question.
Okay, thanks.
So the question is, I do understand, and I believe that, I still believe that there will be regional and national differences. Because if you know your neighbor and this mechanism will come in place, one thing is that you know who are you going to take the money from the municipality in Sweden, and the other thing in Italy. I already know that in Italy, if it comes at the local level, there will be some sort of favoritism, and yet again, this history of corruption or bribery at the local level will still be in place. That's my comment. That's it.
So I would like to reply to that. Nobody, except for now, I can't prove it. There's good reason from an experimental economist point of view to argue. I didn't want to go in that because it was more sensitive and it would be, yeah.
there's good reason to assume that this current, what you find as corruption behavior, is a logic of rent seeking. So it's triggered naturally by that you have exactly this top-down distribution of funds. And I can, I mean, if I may just quickly, and I found it fascinating, I was the last 4 years working as a diplomat, undercover academic diplomat, fake academic diplomat in Ukraine, where a decentralization reform was going on, and they have begun the decentralization reform in the direction of Scandinavian countries, ever surprising background features. So they would set up at the local level municipalities, they would get 60% of locally generated personal income tax. And I watched it with my own eyes, traveling across the countries for 4 years, because then last year couldn't. How in these new municipalities, once they got the 60% personal income tax, it was amazing to see how quickly the agent changed the behavior. The mayor told me in a second evening after the second pint of beer that he was basically calling it by name, saying, well, I can't anymore sell services. They beat me up. Because they beat you up, for sure, because now they have money. We pay your taxes. No, don't ask now for a single cent more. Deliver the job. And this is my, I hope very much that we will be able to get more data from Ukraine, because it's basically, as understood, currently the only case that might allow us to get sufficiently fine-tuned data on to making something close to causality. But here, being assured, really, there is no heritage of history when in a moment you can look into each other's eye, and it's about your own money.
I think we have to move to the next presentation. We have a few closing remarks, so I think the floor is yours.
Yeah. We're making now the share screen. And you can start your presentation on right and left.
So, hi, from me, I'm Areti Gipali. As I said before, I'm an assistant professor at the Athens University of Economics and Business. And since I am the last presentation and you've already, I assume you're already tired, and this paper has been published, I will be brief. I have really enjoyed doing this work with Jim Love and Steve Roper, and I think it's well aligned with the project's core values, micro SMEs and their strategies as they are reflected in their productivity levels. In the paper, we were interested in how internationalization and innovation reflect on productivity, and we took a special interest in non-exporting firms. This is the main contribution of the paper, but I'm going ahead of myself. The structure of my presentation is, I think, typical. I will first talk a little bit about our motivation and our theoretical framework, which will lead me to our research hypothesis. Briefly, I will talk about our data and econometric methods, and I then follow the econometric results and conclude with this presentation with some policy implications. So, what motivated us was that basically we were asking ourselves whether the process of becoming an exporter is something a random process that firms do not have control, or is a process of gradual investing and building export-related capabilities. We know from the relevant literature that exporters are significantly different from non-exporters because of their higher productivity levels. They enjoy an export premium or else the self-selection effect. And also we know that quite a few exporting firms learn in foreign markets, and this learning, these knowledge flows are reflected eventually in their productivity levels. A few colleagues, quite a few years back, have suggested that the internationalization of firms does not begin when they actually enter foreign markets, but it is a process that actually begins at the pre-export phase. During this phase, firms set their strategic goals and make the necessary investments, and it is a crucial stage because failure to achieve the firm's goals in terms of internationalization may result in withdrawing themselves from the eventual transition to moving to foreign markets. Nonetheless, it has been very difficult, empirically at least, to determine the nature of the process that allows micro and small firms to move from being focused on domestic markets to becoming exporters by building export capabilities. What actually exists in the literature is some, again, very few papers on export readiness, but those colleagues, those academics are more interested in defining and measuring firms' export readiness, and they are more focused at the managerial level and identifying the characteristics of the managers that actually drive firms' decision to enter foreign markets. So that led us to formulate three research hypotheses. First of all, we investigated whether firms consciously self-select into an exporting mode prior to becoming exporters. That is, whether they start their internationalization process when they actually are non-exporters by boosting their performance in anticipation of entering foreign markets, and whether learning effects occur both at the pre-export phase and during the actual exporting position, the so-called learning by exporting effects. And finally, whether we linked these learning effects with strategic investments in innovation. In a nutshell and in figured terms, this is our framework and hypothesis. So we have two main key variables: firms' export status, as it is further disaggregated to firms being exclusively domestically focused, firms that reported that they are export capable, they have competitive products that could be exported, and actual exporters. We link firms' export status with firms' productivity levels, and this is our first hypothesis. And moving on forward to testing our second hypothesis, the learning to export and learning by exporting, we investigate whether firms' previous export status significantly affects firms' current productivity levels. And the third hypothesis, with respect to the third hypothesis, we allow product and process innovation to determine both productivity and firms' export states. In terms of methods, let me go first with the data. We used a firm UK dataset, longitudinal small business survey. We cover a 3-year period from 2015 until 2017. This period gave us 12,000 and almost 500 observations of UK firms from several industries with employees less than 249 employees. This is a mistake, I'm sorry. So in terms of econometric strategy, we estimated a system of 2 equations. The first equation is a multinomial probit comprised of 3 mutually exclusive states, namely firms domestically focused, export capable, and exporters. And the second equation is a continuous regression with productivity as a dependent variable. We used the CMP routine in Stata to estimate this model, and results, I think you can't see everything because Karin, you're so nice, but you are in front of my productivity estimation results. Anyway, so in terms of to economize space and time, I present you both marginal effects, probit model, and actual regression estimation. So with italics, you can see the estimation results on marginal effects. All 3 hypotheses are confirmed. I don't know why it doesn't show, but basically at the last 2 rows are the correlation coefficients of the error terms between firms' export states and productivity, and we can see that actually firms consciously self-select to an exporting mode based on their productivity levels. And also we can see that learning is a continuous process that occurs both at the pre-export phase and actual exporting period. In terms of innovation, this is where things become interesting. Empirical results suggested that process innovation is a significant and positive driver for export-capable firms, but not exporting firms, suggesting that this learning to export effect is actually reflected on introducing or adopting, if you like, innovative features in firms' production processes. On the other hand, product innovation is positively statistically significant on the probability of being an exporter, which further strengthens the learning by exporting effect, while it has a negative effect on productivity, suggesting a short-term, at least, disruptive effect on firms' productivity levels. And to conclude, in the paper we have theoretical, managerial, and policy implications, but to be better aligned with the seminar, I opted to present just the policy implications. So in terms of innovation policy, at least in the UK, more emphasis has been given in prompting micro and small and medium enterprises to invest in product innovation, and little emphasis has been given in process innovation, in further fine-tuning their processes. This should be taken into consideration, along with the fact that the export-capable firms in our sample are ambitious, they have process capabilities, and they are willing to invest. So any policy measures, any policy design measures should take into account these unique features of this unique group of non-exporting firms, and also, and at the same time, if you like, there is a need to develop policy making frameworks to ensure that policy measures address both firms' needs to become export capable and remain exporters. So, thank you.
for your attention.
Thank you very much. Well on time. Question?
Thanks for the presentation. It's really nice. I was just wondering, maybe I missed it. So you have a simultaneous equation model, and what are your introductory? So how you control for endogeneity?
Basically, we lagged everything. So our right-hand variables are all lagged, and I lose 1 year, but it was the best thing I could do because innovation, exporting, and productivity are very interlinked and intertwined. So in order to avoid as much as possible simultaneity bias and endogeneity bias, we lagged all right-hand variables.
And I was wondering whether you tried separating those equations separately. And if there's any, the reason why I'm asking is because there's I don't remember who, I think Mark Roberts and colleagues, they did something on this, and I remember that it was the product innovation that was, so basically the idea was that if I have a new product, I may want to, maybe the product is not suitable for the local market, so I decide to go and export it. So I become an exporter because I have a product innovation. So I was surprised to find those results. And so basically two questions. First one, how do you see your results vis-a-vis the existing results, and also if you try to
So let me start with the technical. In order to see whether you need to estimate separately, you need to see the statistical significance of correlation coefficient, which in our case is statistically significant, suggesting that the error terms of all three equations or two equations, it depends how you look at the multinomial probit, are correlated. So it would be wrong to estimate separately, but just to have an idea, we did, and the results are not that different. In terms of other studies, I am aware of what you're saying, but they are not directly comparable to us because the main idea and the main contribution of the paper is that the pool of non-exporting firms is not homogeneous. There are not a bunch of firms that they simply cannot export. There are some firms that they subjectively believe that they are good enough to export, but for some unobservable reasons, they don't. So because we do have this unique group of firms, I think this is why we have this kind of differentiation from the mainstream findings. I don't know if I'm answering correct. We can discuss about it later.
I was also thinking about the results of the identified product innovation negatively correlated with productivity. So like I find it like I got lost for a second, like oh my god, so bad.
Yes,
but I mean it's interpretation back of the structure.
Yes. I believe if we had more years, if only 3, so and I lose 1, and that's basically 2. So I think if we've had more years, at least the productivity estimation would be a bit different in terms of innovation.
What if you use the same time? I mean, if you have a product and they use everything at the same time.
Yeah, well, I get that just for historical reasons, but then it would be very difficult to argue on anything about endogeneity, because as again, simply simultaneously estimating 3 equations solves part of my problems, not all of my problems. Thank you.
So, come to an end. I would like to express my thanks to all the speakers. Express my thanks to all the speakers for a series of very interesting papers, very complimentary, I thought. Speakers here in Athens, speakers Germany, Berlin, I guess. There are many issues that arose, but I think we had one other meeting that was organized, Evangelos. Just a few things that came to my mind, which demonstration I think is key. Innovation policy, thinking maybe about prices, or idea, and an issue that was very common, which is business environment at the end of the day. That makes the difference. So, thanks to everybody. Have a good evening. Let's try to meet up sometime in the future. So please join me in thanking all the speakers.
Thank you.
Of course, the organizers.
So, thank you, everyone. Also, web participants, Alexander, colleagues.
Hope you can make it next time.
Next time you have to be here, huh?
Yes.